City, baby, what you want me to do? You got me dizzy and now I sing the blues. Down Jimmy Reed Highway, that's where I play. Down the Jimmy Reed Highway, your way's my way. The big boss man is still the man today. Slim Harpo learned so much from you. Lightning Slim and a lazy Lester too. Eddie Taylor knew just what to do. Down Jimmy Reed Highway, that's where I play. Down the Jimmy Reed Highway, your way's my way. The big boss man is still the man today. Whoa, yeah! Jimmy, go ahead there, man. Elvis and the Stones, they took your trip. Everybody picked up on that tip. Take out some insurance, baby, let it rip. Down the Jimmy Reed Highway, that's where I play. Down the Jimmy Reed Highway, your way's my way. The big boss man, still the man today. Whoa, yeah! Down the Mississippi Highway, and down the Louisiana Highway, and we gotta get on the Texas Highway. Your way is my way. Yeah! If I can make it back to Memphis one more time. If I can make it back to Memphis one more time. If I can make it back to Memphis, I'll never do nothing like this. If I make it back to Memphis one more time. I went down to the corner, I called my buddy Ray. Said it's a bad idea, but let's do it anyway. So we called in sick and put a 20 in his Cadillac. I hollered, don't worry, baby, I swear I'll be right back. We started headed south on Highway 61. It's been a long time since we made this run. They got a riverboat gambling in Tunica, Mississippi. Now I'm praying to God, Lady Luck is with me.
Councilman Vieira, did you want to do a sound check?
If I can make it back to Memphis one more
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. All right. Check you out. Are you the only one that's going to be remote tonight? Did you? Okay.
I think so.
All right, almost meeting time. I'll go into the background.
Thank you, Eric.
Guess what?
You're reading, Chuck?
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Vieira. Vieira.
Oh, here, I'm sorry, here.
Goods.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Dingfelder. Cedro. Here. Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum present.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of City Council. Martin Shelby, the City Council Attorney. This evening, it's Thursday, April 22nd of 2021. We're here at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, for tonight's quasi-judicial and other land use related matters. This meeting of the City Council is being held during the COVID-19 state of emergency and is being conducted live with an in-person quorum present in City Council chambers. However, in response to the COVID-19 restrictions, members of the public are encouraged to participate virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as Communications Media Technology, or CMT. These meetings are held in accordance with Council's emergency rules of procedure as adopted by Resolution number 2020-225 and as amended by Resolution number 2020-490 and number 2021-241. The public and the citizens of the City of Tampa are able to watch, listen, and view this meeting on Spectrum Channel 640, Frontier Channel 15, and on the internet streaming at tampa.gov/livestream. Now, pre-registration for parties, applicants, and public are necessary to pre-register if you want to appear remotely. The instructions for all that are available at tampa.gov/quasi, QUASI, and the instructions are also located, I believe it's within the agenda as well. The clerk does provide that. A CMT device is required to participate and to remind the public that it must be a device such as a tablet or a computer, a laptop or a desktop equipped with a camera and a microphone that allows you to be seen and heard. For these specific two-way virtual meeting formats, quasi-judicial matters, cell phones and smartphones are not compatible, and because they will not allow you to share your camera when connected. Again, the information is available on the city's website. Now, just a reminder that applicants and all other participants who elect to submit evidence by sharing their screen at the time of the hearing must submit a complete electronic copy of all the documents presented during the public hearing to council quasi-submissions at tampa.gov within 24 hours of the conclusion of the meeting. Again, that is also in the instructions. Comments have been distributed to City Council, and they are to be included in the permanent record of the meeting. All public comments timely received by mail, email, or via CMT will be afforded equal consideration as if the public comments were made in person. Now, for those people who want to participate and did not make the deadline remotely or don't have a CMT device, they are able to use the facilities that are provided and made available to the public right here at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, on the second floor. And please note that use of masks and social distancing inside the building are required. And one more reminder for those people who are using the GoToMeeting platform: the chat function is not to be used by the public to communicate to City Council members. Please remember that, and thank you for your cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to open items 1 through 7?
Second.
Motion from Councilman Good, second from
Second.
Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Dingfelder, do you have a...
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, I have arrived.
Councilman Dingfelder is in the house.
We haven't taken roll yet, have we?
We have.
Oh,
We have, but he is here for the record. He was out parking.
okay.
All right, item number 1 is a comprehensive plan, future land use item. Whomever is here to speak on that.
Council,
Yes,
Ryan
sir.
Manasseh, Development Coordination. Just real fast before we get started, I just wanted to do a housekeeping item, if I may.
Sure.
There is a request for consideration. One of our files, AB2-2109, the applicant being John Grandoff, he requests to be on the 6/24/21 public hearing night. That's the alcohol beverage evening public hearing. As you may remember, on April 15th, council motioned to allow for 11 comprehensive plan amendments for that night. So you're over that 10, and for consideration for this alcohol to be on that night is the request before you.
Do you have any objection from council members? Any questions, comments?
Council, just a reminder, this is hasn't been incorporated into your rules of procedure, but I suspect it will be, which is what council adopted with regard to not having hearings go past 11 p.m. unless each individual hearing is given a supermajority vote. The council's intention was to not have the meetings go much past 11 o'clock, and that was communicated by council's motion and vote. That is going to be coming to you very shortly to be incorporated in your rules of procedure. This looks like it's going to be, the request is the end of June. I cannot quite say what effect this would have on the meeting, the time frame. I don't know if there's anything associated with it, and why the request. Maybe Mr. Manassi can specifically state. Is Mr. Grandoff here? Is he prepared to state why that it needs to be on for the 24th?
I can briefly describe it. So typically we wouldn't set this case for a public hearing until May 24th. So last week when council motioned, or when the planning commission motioned to have 11 CPAs on the 624 night, if we're taking those 10 cases, I'm sorry, I'm getting feedback. This case would have been scheduled for the 624, but staff is trying to work diligently to keep the caseload to the 10 that you've requested. But again, I'm presenting this request before you. I will say, for the record, 11 CPAs are typically scheduled at the 5:01, and 6 of those are for parks, if that helps to give you any additional information.
It shouldn't be 2. You said 6 are for parks. It should be fine. The parks go fairly quickly, considering that. I mean, and as we know, so I don't have an issue with it, considering what most of those plan amendments are. Anybody else? Any objection
Neither do I,
to that?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, sir?
I don't have a problem with it either.
All right. Can we get a motion to approve that item for June 24th at our 6 p.m. meeting?
So moved.
So moved,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Councilman Good.
Only because you guys have just parks, but if anything else comes available, I will be voting no because we got rules coming up.
Yep.
We'll stick to that.
Yes, sir. All right. Who made the motion?
Councilman Miranda, I seconded it.
All right. Motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And we are only doing this because of those park items for those plan amendments. So we gave it special consideration. In the future, it's most likely not going to happen. All right. Anything else, sir?
No, Chair. Thank you very much.
All righty. Item number 1. Susan Johnson Velez. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson Velez, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Before staff makes their initial presentation, I see Mr. Hay is there, but I did want to, because this particular public hearing is a different type of public hearing than your other quasi-judicial hearings on the agenda this evening. I did just want to make a couple of brief remarks on this particular hearing and the subject matter before you. So this first hearing is for consideration of a comprehensive plan amendment. And as you all know, an amendment to any portion or part of a comprehensive plan is a major policy decision by City Council. The policy decision, essentially a declaration that the existing land use and the growth and development pattern that's existing on these parcels is no longer appropriate or in the best interest of the public. And so this is a legislative action that you will be taking on this comprehensive plan amendment, which again is different from a quasi-judicial action, which would apply any policy decision that you make for these parcels at a later date. And so council, in considering this request, must consider the policy implications the amendment would have on the future land use map overall in the general area and in the development pattern and growth policies that are currently being pursued there. Staff has prepared a very detailed report for you that does include, beginning at page 69, review criteria for plan amendment requests. And one that I would just point out to you, actually two, the requested land use category, these are your considerations, whether it meets the intent of the general character description of the city form component in which it's being requested and is otherwise consistent with the rest of the comprehensive plan. And then for any request for a land use category that provides for an increase in density, intensity, or for a broader range of uses than the existing land use category, there are 3 matters that council takes into consideration, and you would make a determination on whether the land use category of a similar density or intensity is located on at least one side of the subject site, whether the subject site is within a quarter of a mile of a designated transit stop or designated transit emphasis corridor, and then finally, whether the subject parcel is located adjacent to the parcel, has a classification of R6 or R10, which I believe this one does. The subject site is located within an eighth of a mile of a designated transit stop. So I just wanted to highlight those matters for council and the public, just so everyone's clear that the criteria under which you are evaluating this comprehensive plan amendment are different than the criteria under which you would evaluate any future rezoning applications that might be applied to your decision tonight, your policy decision tonight. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I will turn it over to Mr. Hay.
Yes, ma'am. Since it's a two-part item that's connected, if item 1 does not pass, does that essentially kill item 3 and we cannot go forward with it?
I believe item 3.
I see that there's one of the same addresses there.
Mr. Chairman, Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney. If item 1 is not approved this evening, then item 3 would either have to be continued or withdrawn, as the request for rezoning on item 3 is contingent upon approval of the change in the plan amendment category.
And can we hear them both together essentially? Everything is open, but so people in the public don't have to speak twice, because we have at least 30 public comment, if not more.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Perhaps there needs to be a discussion about the criteria and the basis for your decision. It is in City Council's best interest to have them heard separately, because you applied different criteria to your decisions. Again, as Ms. Johnson-Velez stated, one is a legislative matter that is a fairly debatable standard, whereas a rezoning is quasi-judicial, which requires you to base it on competent substantial evidence. So for the purposes of clarity of the record and clarity of the basis for a review, if a decision needs to be made and looked at by a circuit court judge, my recommendation would be to keep the record as clean as possible, so when council does deliberate, it is applying the correct criteria for the basis of its decision.
All right, thank you very much. Then we'll continue. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. Can I share my screen, please? All right. Hopefully, are you seeing the screen?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. This one amendment for your review this evening is TA CPA 20-34. It involves 3 parcels, 411 and 413 South Willow Avenue and 502 South Orleans Avenue. Just the general location, it is located within the central Tampa Planning District. Since it involves 3 separate parcels, it actually falls into 2 separate neighborhoods. The 2 northern ones on Willow fall within the Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek neighborhood, while the southern one on Orleans falls within the historic Hyde Park neighborhood. Just to let you know, the sites do fall in the National Historic District. They do not fall in the local historic district.
I have a point of order to question.
Yes, sir. Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, David. When I looked at this and I drove by the parcels, I was just curious of why they were processed as a single plan amendment when the parcels, from what I could see, are not contiguous. I think there's one parcel that was separated by a street, as well as being sort of catty corner to the other properties. So I was just curious from a procedural or process perspective, why they were allowed to be processed as one plan amendment.
Councilman, good question. Land use, future land use map amendments do not have to be contiguous to each other. It is one applicant who has worked with the 3 property owners to bring this forward. But there's been plan amendments in the past that are non-contiguous Even the city has brought amendments in the past that are
Okay,
non-contiguous.
that's fine.
On
I
the map.
thought, I was mistaken. I thought they had to be contiguous. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't usually do that, but Mr. Hay, you just said that it's not in the historic district? It is in the National Historic District, right? It's just not in the local historic district.
Correct. It's in the National Historic District. It is not in the local.
Am I correct? It's only a half a block or a block away from the local historic district, correct?
I'll show you on the map.
I think
Here we have the aerial. Here's the properties on Willow, and then here we have the property on Orleans. This is Willow Avenue running up to West Platte Street. This is the on-ramp to the Leroy Selman. You've got West Horatio Street running east-west. This red line here is the local historic district. So all the properties down here, south of this red line, are within the local historic district. But you can see from the aerial that the pattern above this this red line does change. You can see to the south, it's predominantly single-family detached. When you go north of the red line, you can see a mixture of single-family detached, attached, and there's even multifamily scattered throughout in here. To point this out also, if you go about 2 blocks to the west on Horatio, this is the old bread factory. That actually has a intensive commercial land use left over from when the bread factory was there. So here, this is the basic aerial and the development pattern within the surrounding area. Again,
Mr. Hay, could you explain to us what the difference is between the National Historic District and the local historic district? Or could somebody?
That might be more appropriate for the city to address.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank
That's
you.
handled by the city. Oh, and there's Dennis.
All right.
Good evening. Would you like me to address that question?
Sure, go ahead.
So the local historic district in Hyde Park is created by a separate ordinance that places it under the jurisdiction of the Architecture Review Commission for any changes that occur on the exterior structures and within the designated boundaries. In a National Register district, that is a district that's created through the State Historic Preservation Office in coordination with the National Park Service. And it is a form of documenting potentially eligible properties that meet criteria for the National Register, but it brings little in the form of protection.
Since I have Mr. Fernandez on the line, could you just tell us, so it was, a neighborhood would be in a National Historic District because it has contributing structures. Would that not be true?
That's correct. There are structures within the National Register boundaries that are designated as either contributing or non-contributing structures. And there's one structure within the subject area that does have that contributing designation. However, it does not have the protective measures of local designation.
Because it's not in the local historic district, right?
That's correct.
And do you know, you've been here a long time, remember why the cutoff was on De Leon instead of Horatio or North?
I believe I would say that it was feasibility of getting the area designated. From what I understand, it happened significantly before I was with the city. There was a pretty well-established degree of opposition within the area north of De Leon. And so it was essentially omitted.
And one last question since you're on the line, if I could. Could you tell us what the historic name of that part of the neighborhood was and who lived there?
Well, it's a portion of Hyde Park that was somewhat transitioning into Dobyville. And it like some of the other structures in Hyde Park, just more the older homes and residents who established that portion of the neighborhood. I don't know of any individuals in particular to point out, but it is the same level of significance as what the local historic district exhibits.
And could you just quickly tell us what Dobyville was?
What Dobyville was? Dobyville was an area that was essentially situated here, north of here, what would be under the Crosstown Expressway, that was the residential neighborhood for a lot of the individuals that supported some of the wealthier families in the Hyde Park area. Many of them were African Americans, and they lived in proximity to where they worked so that they could travel easily.
Thank you.
All righty. Mr. Hay, go ahead.
Thank you. So there we've got the aerial. This is privately initiated. It is small scale. The 3 parcels total approximately 0.52 acres. And currently all 3 parcels are designated as residential 10, and the applicant is seeking to go to the residential 35 future land use category. Here are just some photos of the surrounding area. Here we're looking northeast toward 411, the yellow, and actually 411 is over here. This is 413, the yellow, and we're looking north toward the Leroy Summit. Here we're looking east toward 502 South Orleans Avenue. This is Orleans right in the front. Out of frame on the left would be the Willow properties. Here, these are properties located to the west of 411 and 413 South Willow Avenue. So those properties are out of frame to the right. And we're north of 502 South Orleans Avenue, which is approximately where this car is out of frame over there. We're looking, you can see the Leroy Selman at the end of the street. Here we're looking south, down South Orleans Avenue. So the 502 South Orleans is out of frame to the left. These are the townhomes that run all the way down to De Leon. And then on the other side of the street, these are all single family detached. Here we're looking south toward 1304 and 1310 West Horatio Street. These are all townhomes. This is the back of 502 South Orleans. And this porch that we're just see out of frame in the front yard here, this is 413 South Willow. Now we're standing basically on the sidewalk in front of 411 South Willow, and we're looking across the street. Again, more townhomes to the east. Here we have the adopted future land use map. So the 3 parcels are this tan color. That represents the residential 10. You can see that there's properties to the north, and then kind of to the southwest. To the west of the property on South Orleans, this is all residential 20. So, and even that's residential 20, it's mostly single family detached, but it is zoned, this whole area is zoned RM12. This darker kind of brown color that we see, this is the residential 35. So, for instance, this property immediately to the, let's see, where? This property right here is a PD. Even though these are R10, they're zoned at RM24. So that property owner could build to the RM24 standards. And then you've got residential 35 throughout, to the south and to the east. You also have it to the south of the property on Orleans, the R35. This is the boundary of the national, and you can see there are still some Res 35 even to the south of West De Leon, but there is more residential 10. Then, of course, we've got, this is the bread factory, or what was the bread factory. It's now condominiums. That actually has a community commercial 35 land use category, represented by that red. The only way to access that is through local roads. And then to the north along Platte, you've got the community mixed use 35 future land use. And this is the gray area here is where the cross town makes that curve to go south.
Could you tell us the multifamily buildings that were there? Do you happen to know how long ago they were built?
Not all of them. A lot of them, when we went out into the field, a lot of them looked like 80, probably some 80s, early 90s. The ones to the south of Orleans actually looked newer. Those looked to me, just my, they looked early 2000s.
Does it look like since 2000 that it's been turning more multifamily, or has it been turning more restoring existing homes and building homes that look like historic homes?
Well, you know, I don't know if I would phrase that in that way, because I think the properties that had the residential 35 have developed out with their townhomes. They've used their density that they have, and they developed that way. While I was out there are some houses, single family detached, that look redone. There's others that look, you know, that they have not been redone. So it's a mixture. I would, in our view at the Planning Commission, this neighborhood is a mixed neighborhood with a variety of housing types and densities.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Dingfeld.
Good evening, David. I'm reading the staff report from your office, Planning Commission, and on page 2, it compares the current land use category, which is R10, and would allow for up to, well, it says 10.55 units per acre for 13 dwelling units, as compared to the R35, which in this case, for whatever reason, would allow for 24.48 units per acre up to 21 units. Am I reading that correctly, David?
No, sorry, that is an analysis. The planning commissioners have requested that on all sites, on all plan amendments. So how we analyze it is we look at, like in this instance, we looked at 13 sites that were developed with residential uses under that R10. When you look at those 13 sites, they have an average built density of 10.55 units per acre. So that would tell us that since it's over the 10 dwelling units per acre, that there's some non-conforming uses within that area. Then under the Res 35, we found 21 sites that were developed, you know, with residential uses, and that their average was built at a 24, roughly 24 dwelling units per acre.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that clarification. So let's move down to the next line. The next line says maximum residential development potential. So currently, under the current existing comp plan category at R10, a maximum of 10 dwelling units per gross acre allow consideration for a total of 5 dwelling units. So right now, as far as the comp plan is concerned, they could build up to 5 units on these 3 parcels.
Correct.
Okay, and then if we jump over to the R35 that they're looking for, it says that under the R35, 35 units per gross acre will allow consideration of up to 18 dwelling units, which is about a 3.5 time jump, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then I want to jump down to the height. It says range of allowable uses, and I'm still on the same page. Building heights in the R10 typically range up to 3 stories. Okay, and then as far as the R35, it says building heights typically range up to 8 stories.
Let me go back to the maximum residential development potential, and then I'll address the range of allowable uses.
Okay, and let me read one other thing, and then under the R35 it says limited neighborhood commercial uses can also be considered subject to commercial locational criteria, which I guess is true in both categories. So I just want to make sure that I'm reading it correctly. I was reading the first line incorrectly, so thanks for correcting me on that. But I just want to make sure that I'm reading your report correctly. Specifically, the R35 says building heights typically range up to 8 stories.
Right, okay. So under the maximum residential development potential, you know, we at the Planning Commission look at the total acreage. So when we calculate out the 0.52, that's how we get to the 18. Now you're well aware that the zoning, then when a zoning comes in, it's looked at specifically, you know, what the acreage is on that parcel. So it would almost be impossible to get up to the 18 dwelling units, because not only would that require a bonus, but they would have to somehow combine the 3 sites as one. So that's just always to give you the maximum potential, but in reality, nowhere near that amount after site development requirements.
Well, what if one of the things that concerns me greatly is in the report it says up to 8 stories is a typical range for these types of projects. I mean, for argument's sake, we can't evaluate the zoning what they say or what they might do. We can only evaluate at this stage, at the comp plan stage, what the potential is. And my concern is, what if they decided that they were going to have one on the larger parcel? What if they decided they were going to have one floor of parking, and then the next floor would be an apartment, and the next floor would be an apartment, the next floor would be an apartment, the next floor would be an apartment, you know, up to 4, 5, 6 units, up to 4 or 5 or 6 stories tall. Is there anything that could keep that from happening from a comp plan perspective?
Well, remember, these descriptions are for, they're just descriptions. They're not, there's no regulatory guidance behind that. That 8 stories comes from when you have a very large residential 35 multifamily project that could be on like a 5-acre, a 10-acre piece. Typically, in this scenario, since it's so parcelized out, you would not get the 8 stories just because the compatibility. When we look at the zone, like at the next stage at the zoning level, if someone came in with that 8-story project that you just described, we would immediately have issues with, well, would it even meet existing zoning requirements? That's the first question. And if they came then with the PD, because your Euclideans would never allow that to occur. I believe it's 35 feet maximum under Euclideans. But if they came in under a PD, they would immediately raise issues with compatibility with the neighborhood. There's nothing that's 8 stories within that. So at the zoning stage is when that I think would be not even permitted.
But what
consideration.
But just for argument's sake, because all we can do right now is look at it from the comp plan perspective, and I'm not saying 8 floors is necessarily reasonable, but maybe it's 5 stories or 4 stories. So what if some future council came along and said, yeah, we're okay with that PD because it meets the comp plan, because some, let's say we jump ahead 20 years from now, okay? The comp plan category is R35, and some future council 20 years from now says, yeah, we're okay with the 4 or 5 story building with the PD. That could happen. Isn't that arguably correct?
I don't believe so, because I would think that between that time under that scenario, I would think major policy changes by the city would need to be undertaken to get to that scenario that you said.
Well, I think a council today could actually approve a 3 or 4 or 5 story building on that parcel if we changed it to R35. I don't think there's any regulatory limitation that would keep that from happening. It's not in a local historic district. If the building could fit on there, then somebody could do it. But anyway, thank you very much, David.
Sure. And then regarding the commercial locational criteria, both the R10 and the R35, any non-residential uses would need to meet commercial locational criteria. The maximum zoning district for commercial that's allowed in either the R10 or the R35 is the CN zoning district. Our preliminary look at it, just at this early stage, is that these sites would not meet locational criteria under the R10 or R35, but that final judgment is always at the zoning stage. Now, let's, if we move on, this is how the map would look if this plan amendment was adopted. The 3 parcels would go to the R35, the same as what's to the east and south, and similar to the R20 that's found in Orleans. I know we've talked about this a little, the maximum potential impacts. Again, 5 units under the R10 currently, with a maximum of 8,022 square feet of non-residential uses that could be considered. The potential under the R35, again, 18 units, though zonings typically that's much less. And then a maximum consideration of up to 13,752 square feet. Both would need to meet locational criteria. The zoning districts that now would be allowed to be considered under the R35 would be the RM12, RM16, RM18, and RM24 zoning districts. Both the RM12 and the RM24 zoning districts are already present to the east, south, and west of the subject site. As usual, we do send these out to all our reviewing agencies, our partner agencies, and we value their input. The school board did provide comments stating that Gorey Elementary, Wilson Middle, and Plant High Schools are all over capacity. But please note that these comments are an analysis for adequate facilities only and is not a determination of school concurrency. A school concurrency review will be issued prior to preliminary plat or site plan approval. All other agencies, including the City of Tampa staff, stated they had no concerns with the proposed request. All those comments are included within your packet. I should also mention that we received a number of citizen comments, and those are in your packet as well for your review. Planning Commission reviewed the comprehensive plan and found that the proposed map amendment request for the residential 35 future land use category would be consistent with the adopted policy guidance within the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission found 3 main areas of consistency. First, the comprehensive plan is supportive of compatible infill development, especially within central Tampa neighborhoods, that are close to employment and transit opportunities. If you remember the pictures, the infill would be similar to what is existing. Like for instance, this picture here is just south of the subject site. This is an R35 piece. So there's already similar development within the surrounding area. There's transit on Platte to the north. This site is 1 mile from downtown Tampa and is in 1,000 feet north of Hyde Park Village, which provides commercial retail services. Also, the comprehensive plan seeks to protect overall neighborhood context and character by ensuring new development is similar in form and scale to existing development found within the surrounding area. Residential 35 and residential 20 planned parcels are located directly adjacent to the subject site, and you've seen a number of those in the photos already. Again, and finally, your comprehensive plan seeks to promote a wide range of housing types within the central Tampa neighborhoods, so as to provide housing for a wide range of income levels and family needs. So then residents can age in place. They may have a single family house when they're younger with family, and then as they get older, they may want an apartment. Having a wide variety of housing options within one neighborhood, especially one that already has these facilities, is promoted. The proposed amendment would allow for additional housing units in a neighborhood that clearly already has a mixture of housing types. So based on that, your Planning Commission recommends to you this evening that the proposed map amendment be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. I'm available if you have any questions. I know Frank with the city is also available if you have any questions.
Do we have
Thank
any
you.
questions for Mr. Hay or for the city? All right.
The city doesn't have any report?
No, it's a plan amendment. Is it?
No, I meant the city.
No report from the city?
At this point, the city has no objections.
All right. We go then to the applicant.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini representing the applicant. As the staff has pointed out, we went through a fairly exhaustive review regarding this particular project, and even working with the city, with the Planning Commission staff, if you recall, based upon the aerial that they showed you and the land use plan, this area is surrounded by multifamily townhouses on all of the sides except for one side, which is to the west, and on that side it's a single family residence, and the individual that owns and lives there had no objection to this change. I'd like to show you for a second. And I have some pictures to go along with this as well. The subject site is shown here in yellow. There's an existing 4-unit apartment complex that's here. It's currently zoned RS50, and the land use is R10. Our intention was to vest that one as part of the land use to make it have a conforming land use. And then across the street we have 6 townhouses, res 35. I mean, they're all around here, 35 here. We have higher density back over here, which is the old bread factory. We are 1.5 blocks off of Platte Street, which is a highly traveled commercial district with offices all along up in here, some townhouses. And the residential 35 will enable us to, and I don't want to get into the whole presentation regarding the rezoning. That's a portion of this application, but the rezoning is never intended to be.
I object, Mr. Chairman. It's strange for me to object, but I think it's out of order from what I've been told over the years for any discussion of the rezoning that might or might not come down the road. We're in the comp plan category. Mr. Shelby or Ms. Wells or whoever's listening.
Councilman, I
want an opinion from our attorneys before you move on, Steve.
Mr. Dingfelder, this is Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. Yes, these applications should be considered, this application should be considered independent of any future rezoning applications that may come before you as a result of this amendment.
If I could, I wasn't trying to get into the rezoning presentation, but rather addressing the issue of an 8-story building and the compatibility of that in terms of the land use. And if you look at the staff report again on page 2, it indicates that you can have up to 8 stories. However, with the size of the property that's being considered, you would never be able to do that. You also would never be able to achieve 18 dwelling units. So anyway, that's the only reason I went down that road briefly. When we went through the land use criteria regarding this proposal, we also identified, and the staff identified, if you look on page 4 of your Planning Commission report, that the applicable comprehensive plan policies and criteria, starting with land use objective 1.1, it recognizes that the city is comprised of unique districts, and this is a central Tampa district. It recognizes that this is a primary urban employment, civic, and cultural center, building upon the heritage of assets found in the diverse neighborhoods while fostering a vibrant urban lifestyle through mixed-use development and entertainment. This parcel, the ones that are under consideration, are surrounded by higher density developments. And this is the hole in the donut. This is not taking a donut and trying to achieve something on the outside of it. As I pointed out, we're absolutely surrounded by other developments that are of equal or higher density. I'm sorry, not higher, but they're all equal to it. I have the photographs here. I'd like to go through them and show you what we have on the property itself. I think David Hay was showing you those as well. This is the R35 immediately to the south, which is the townhouse project that's directly across the street. And you have these higher densities and multifamily and townhouse developments until you get to De Leon. This is diagonally across the street from the picture that I just showed you, which are more townhouses, and this is diagonally across from the subject property. And this photograph is directly across from the subject property, again, more townhouses. This is a picture of the apartment building directly to the north. This is R10, and this would be vested under the correct land use classification. This is the rear of the subject property that's being requested with the apartment building here, and this property would be where the proposed new development would take place. And we're looking down the street where there's more townhouses. Basically, our intent here is to is to create and identify the land use and make it compatible with the other developments that are in the area, as well as to vest the existing building to the north. And let me go through the various criteria that has been established by the land use objective 1.2 is to create inspired urban design while respecting Tampa's human scale, unique history, aesthetics, and everything that's being proposed here will be of the similar scale and design as well as intensity. Relate the new buildings to the context of the neighborhood and the community. It will be the same as the other existing townhouse developments that are in the area. Relate the new buildings and development to the context and promote a range of uses in close proximity to each other. The staff has already pointed out to you that there is a mix of uses here, and until you get further to the south where you're at De Leon, most of these you have mostly, at least from my windshield survey of driving around the neighborhood, townhouses, and then they're interspersed with one or occasionally two single-family residences or duplexes or apartments. So it is truly a mix. And one of the questions that one of the council members asked was, how did this happen? And well, it happened because the city council had designated this area as a high-growth potential area, and you wanted this kind of density to occur adjacent to transit corridors, employment centers, and where it was not creating an additional burden on anything else. This is not the same as Old Hyde Park Village or Hyde Park itself. It was always a little higher density development area. One of the other questions that was raised was the contributing structure in the historic district. We had it evaluated by the City of Tampa Historic Preservation staff, and we have a letter which I believe is on file with you all indicating that they had no objection to the removal of that building and that they did not find it to be a contributing or a building that should be retained. They indicated in the letter, and I'll be happy to put it on the screen if you like, that once the demolition permits were applied for, that they would sign off on the demolition for this one structure. Going on further with the staff analysis regarding land use objectives. Their job is to regulate the intensity and level of intensity regarding this area, and any proposal that would come forward following an approval of a land use amendment would have to be in character with the neighborhood. It would have to be in character with the surrounding properties. And I've already shown you what the character was. So regardless of the land use designation, it could not be out of character when it came to you for a rezoning to be incompatible with anything that was being proposed. Land use policy 3.4.1, encouraging more diverse housing opportunities by amending current land use development regulations in a way to promote the development of residential and or mixed use residential projects. This certainly is one of those. Recognize and strengthen the center city neighborhoods, creating vibrant, diverse, distinctive, and interconnected community. This is sandwiched in between the Crosstown Expressway on the north, Hyde Park Village on the south, and the Soho District on the west, and also other townhouse projects that are all around this. As I said, this is not an exception to what's already developed in the area. This is consistent with what is already there, and it's a request to vest an existing building, as well as to allow the development of an additional parcel. The impacts of the redevelopment of the existing physical and social framework and character of the affected area should be recognized and discussed during the development review process. That's Land Use Policy 9.2.2. And the compatible development and redevelopment of sustained, stable neighborhoods to ensure social and economic health. This will, in fact, introduce a redevelopment area a redevelopment project that will sustain those infrastructure improvements that are needed. Generally, the location of single-family attached housing shall be limited to the periphery of the established single-family detached neighborhoods. However, single-family attached housing may be considered as it was demonstrated that they would be integrated in single-family detached residential uses by mitigating the negative impacts, if any. And in this case, it sits surrounded by other townhouse and multifamily projects. So it's not on the periphery. And it's not creating a new trend or anything else. It is in fact responding to the development pressures that surround it. Land use policy 9.8.1, use moderate density multifamily zones in multifamily areas to promote additional housing opportunities. Encourage infill projects and conversions of existing buildings, which are compatible with existing mixed uses, houses, small and moderate scale, or provide new residential development in moderate densities which can fill in vacant or underdeveloped sites. I would characterize this as an underdeveloped site. It is a single family structure. However, that property is certainly, considering the fact that it's surrounded by multifamily and townhouses, it would be compatible. And that's land use policy 9.8.1. We agree with both the city staff and the planning commission staff that this is the correct use for this location. And we greatly appreciate your favorable consideration. The owner, do you want to speak? The owner is here. Maybe he'd take a minute to speak on this project.
Hi, my name's Brooks Bird. I'm the owner of 413 South Willow, and I appreciate your consideration of this project. We do feel that this project is consistent with the development within this neighborhood. I have been a Tampa resident now for 25 years and in real estate development for that amount of time, and we take pride in trying to do what's right and provide sustainable developments. And we do believe that when I look at this site and what it's surrounded by, that we are consistent with the neighborhood and keeping within the Spanish Town district. We appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Again, let me run through these pictures quickly for you. This townhouse project is directly across the street to the south. This is the apartment building that's directly to the north of the subject.
Can you see that, Mr. Chairman? Members of council, are you able to see these pictures on your screen?
No, I can see that. I thought you were looking at the timer. Please put the overhead that the gentleman is showing. There we go. Try it again, sir.
This is the townhouse project immediately to the south.
We still can't. Do you have photos on the? Oh, there it is. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is the apartment building that would be part of the land use designation that would be vested. It's a 4-unit apartment building that currently has a residential 10 classification and an R Res 50 zoning, which we'd have to correct. This is to the south and slightly to the east. The townhouse project that's diagonally across the street from the proposed project. This is a little bit further down, also a townhouse project. This photograph is directly across the street from the subject that we're requesting. So in conclusion, I'd say that surely the Planning Commission staff has done a diligent effort in identifying these areas. We have as well, and we believe that it is compatible, and we'd respectfully request your approval. I'll be happy to answer any questions. And
all right, Councilman Citro.
Mr. Michelini.
Yes, sir.
That first aerial map that you had, can you put that back up for me, please?
This one, or?
Yes, no, you gotta zoom out. The one that had almost a complete neighborhood. Yes, sir, I'm looking at that, and sans the apartments that used to be the bread manufacturing. Nope, zoom out, there you go. All the others, what's a percentage you would say those plots were multifamily as opposed to the plots for single family in that view?
I think that the Planning Commission found that, I'll have to refer back to the report, but I'm pretty sure, maybe David Hay can answer that question, I'm not very good at math, so please, I got 15%. That these were 15%, that the multifamily was 15%?
Yes, sir. The other that you're pointing out, the other multifamilies that you're pointing out, do you know when they were built? Roughly. Just give me an estimate. All right, let me ask it this way. The latest one that was built, when was it?
Probably in the 2000s.
Okay.
Unless you know, do you know, Brooks?
I think this one was built within the last 5 years.
I guess I'm going more toward Councilman Carlson's statement. Planning Commission goes an estimate farther out, but I'm just trying to figure out, since these were first started, these multifamilies, was it in 80? And the multifamilies have slowed down since then. I'm just trying to figure out how the compatibility is going to be in the neighborhood. Thank you, Mr. Michelini.
I'm looking for the percentage, but I think it's much higher than the 15%. If you drive around the area, you'll see that in this area that's north of Horatio, that there is a mix of a number of different apartments and multifamily and townhouses. And if you go further south, if you're going down to De Leon, it changes. But in this area, the number is pretty high.
Thank you, Mr. McElhaney. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. McLeany, and then I have a question for Mr. Hay. Stephen, the site, the map you have up right now just is pointing to one site. But in reality, there's a second site where your finger's pointing, correct? On Orleans, on that corner of Orleans.
This is an updated view, but this is the other corner.
Okay.
Here.
So just for the sake of transparency and disclosure, directly across the street from the parcel on Orleans, directly across the street are three on Orleans, are three single-family homes. One, right where your finger is. 1, 2, 3. Three large, historic, well, they look historic. They might be newer. They might be renovations. I don't know. But I drove it the other day. There are three single-family homes right there. So I just wanted to make sure, because anybody who was listening to you and Mr. Hay would think that it's all multifamily around there. And in reality, directly across the street from the Orleans proposed property are three single-family homes. And if I'm mistaken, please correct me.
No, sir. What I was referring to was on this subject property.
I know.
These are all surrounded. This one is an existing duplex, and again, the intent there was to vest what was there because it's not allowed under the R10 at classification as it is currently exists.
Well, you can vest something at less than R35.
No, sir, I understand that, and we certainly are, would like to do something that's going to be compatible with the neighborhood. We're not trying to overbuild this.
So my other question is to Mr. Hay. David, could you put up the map that I don't know that you put up earlier? It's you call it figure 2 or figure 3, City of Tampa existing land use map. It's got a lot of yellow.
Yeah, that that map, I don't have in the PowerPoint. That's from the property appraiser, and that looks at DOR codes, how they code the.
Well, it's in the staff report that Jennifer sent over.
Right. It's just not in our PowerPoint that we have.
Well,
So I know of the map that you're referencing.
Well, I don't know if I don't know how to get it from my computer up on the screen, but all I would say is that in looking at this map of existing uses, these two parcels are surrounded with what you guys describe, or what whoever put this map together describes as single-family / mobile home. Obviously, there's not a whole lot of mobile homes there, but single-family uses, existing uses. And I see a heck of a lot of yellow. Do council members, anybody else got this up?
Bear with me 1 second, I'm pulling up the map.
Or maybe pull up her report or something, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting the digital copy. But, you know, while we're waiting for that, I think I can address your concern. They end up coding, how that map does it typically is they code townhomes as yellow. So,
could I just add to it? I don't know the map you're referencing, but Mr. Hay, do you have a map? The map we saw just a minute ago shows a very narrow area that goes from the multifamily on Willow over to the bread factory condos, but it doesn't show the larger historic district. And it omits the area south of De Leon. It omits the area mostly east of Willow. Do you happen to have a map that shows the mixture of homes that maybe goes from the bread factory all the way to Boulevard, or to at least past Newport, some of the roads to the east?
let me check, but while I'm doing that,
my second question is, we saw pictures of a corner that has several 1980s and 1990s condos, but what we didn't see is the 1920s historic homes, and we didn't see the historic homes of Dobyville. Is that correct? Do you happen to have any pictures of the historic homes in that area?
Let me look, but let me try to answer these in sequence. If I could share my screen, please. There we go. Okay, I think you should now be seeing the map that I think Councilman Dingfelder was referencing.
Yes,
this is right. This is an existing land use map. We use it as part of our analysis. It's part of what it does is it pulls the data from the property appraiser and how they code each dwelling unit. So, like for instance, these to the south, these are townhomes, but it's the way that they code that sometimes they show up as yellow. Like these to the south are townhomes, even though they show up as yellow. These are townhomes, even though they show up as yellow. But that's a problem with the way the property appraiser codes these.
And I agree with you completely. I can tell by the size of those parcels that those are townhomes. However, if we granted this R35, is there any guarantee today, at this very second, that this would be developed out as townhomes? Couldn't it be developed out as multifamily apartments?
I don't, in my professional opinion, I don't see how they could fit an apartment building that is 6 or 8 stories.
I didn't say 6. I didn't say 6 or 8 stories in this last question. I just said, couldn't it be developed out as an apartment building? Maybe 3 or 4 stories apartment building.
Well, remember, Councilman, we don't look at whether they're apartments or condos. So I'm hoping we look at just whether it's appropriate for multifamily attached. Multifamily is appropriate in the R35. It can be considered. Zoning districts further restricted. You know, I don't
All right, so
see-
what you're saying is you don't look at the what ifs, okay, as much as I might want to look at the what ifs.
Yeah, I mean, they can be considered. Whether they're permitted under a zoning is another matter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
All right.
Now let me try to, I'm going to go to Councilman Carlson's question. I think he wanted a map that zoomed out. So let me, correct? You wanted a map, Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, if you have a map that ideally goes down to Swan and then over to Boulevard or at least.
Okay, I'm gonna let me share my screen again. Because remember, we look at, even though there's the built environment out there, we have to look at the zoning districts that are currently on the land. So like, and once I get to share my screen, please, again. Hopefully.
And if a community happens to have historic homes, but at some point people renovated them to the point that they don't match the criteria of contributing structures, so they're not exactly protected, is there anything in the comprehensive plan that protects those homes, or are we just fine tearing them all down?
Can you repeat the question again? I just want to make sure I understand.
And maybe this is more a question for Mr. Fernandez if he's still around, but if a study is done and a home or a building is not considered contributing, but it's still a historic home and it's not contributing because somebody added onto it or renovated at some point, are we okay just, if there's a neighborhood full of those homes, are we okay tearing them down, or is there something in the comprehensive plan that protects them?
Well, I can probably address the comprehensive plan part. Dennis can probably provide a little more detail on his end, but the comprehensive plan does promote the protection of historic structures, especially within our designated local historic districts.
What about the National Historic District?
There's really no guidance on those areas, though an individual structure in a neighborhood could be designated an historic structure, not part of a district. There's policies that also promote that, but it doesn't specifically call out, you shall protect everything within a National Historic District. It really focuses on creating the environment for the city to promote the protection of its designated local historic districts. And if Dennis wants to add anything.
Yes, and I think to kind of add on to that, these types of changes, when they are within local historic districts like Hyde Park or Ybor City, would go before the Architectural Review Commissions for recommendation on how the land use changes might affect the integrity of the historic district. Because this is situated in a national district, there's not that mechanism for that type of review and recommendation. Within these areas, the areas outside of the local historic districts, when my staff is presented with a demolition application like the one that relates to 413 Willow, we're in a position where we have to evaluate it against a section of the code that is entitled Emergency Actions to Protect Historic Building Sites, Structures, or Objects for potentially meeting the criteria for designation. So that's a very high bar to move a property that lacks the criteria towards an emergency designation. This particular structure, contributing structure with no particular recognizable distinguishments to rise it to the level.
I think my question was more about the neighborhood and the conversion of a neighborhood. I mean, if some prior city council in the 1970s or 80s, when they didn't think Hyde Park was an important neighborhood, approved multifamily, does that compel us to allow a neighborhood full of historic buildings to be torn down and converted to condos now?
You know, the area, I have to look at it as an area that's not protected by local ordinance. So,
But are there historic homes in there? There are homes that were built in the 1920s or not?
Historic properties in there that have not been locally designated. I think there's, we've done.
And do you know if the neighborhoods have ever asked the city to designate those homes in that neighborhood? Have they ever tried to be included in the local historic district?
We've had recent efforts by the Spanish Channel Creek Neighborhood Association. I've been discussing it with them and been to perhaps one or two of their neighborhood meetings, and I believe they'll probably speak to that they do desire the neighborhood association does desire a level of protection of the historic resources within the National Register District.
All right, thank you.
And here, Councilman Carlson, here is a future land use map that's zoomed out a little more. Here's the subject site right in the center. So you can see south of Swan, it really goes down to Res 10. This is the Hyde Park Village, which is all CMU 35. You could see basically north of Swan, it goes to R50, R35. There's even an R50 about 3 blocks to the east of this site. And then it does taper down as you go west toward the Selman Expressway. I do also want to address, because I know we've been talking about the history of this area, and I just wanted to bring it to the attention. This is the plan that the city adopted in 1975. So this is nothing new in this neighborhood. This area here, this is the area that we're in. You can see that this is medium intensity. They had different land use categories back then. Medium intensity residential. Basically everything north of Swan was medium to high. And then south of Swan in the yellow was the lower, I think they called it lower. But this is the sector plan. See, low intensity residential is the yellow. That was typically single family detached. So, hopefully that gives some context, and I just lost the map, but here we go. It's been the long-term trend for the city that has viewed this area, that it's close to the Selman Expressway, it's close to that Kennedy corridor, where density has been encouraged for decades now. So I hope that answered your question. If we need to zoom out on the map again, I can do that as well.
Mr. Chair, if I can ask, David, can I have a copy of that? You scrolled over something that said the year 2000. I wanted to see if their projections came out true or not. If you can just give me a copy of that.
I can send that to you, yes.
Thank you.
All right, anything else before we go to public comment? All right, if you are here to speak on item number 1 and you're in person on the second floor, please come to the lectern. After each person, we'll sanitize the lectern and we'll keep going from there. You'll have 3 minutes to speak and just state your name. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. Just state your name.
Thanks, Councilman. My name is Pam Canella. I live at 604 South Orleans, and that home has been in our family for 90 years. I sent you a 36-page objection letter outlining some of the problems that we're having. In it, I included pictures and also a petition for objection to the rezoning, which, by the way, one of that resident that Michelini was talking about that said she didn't object. She did. She's on the petition. And this is the reality of things. Our infrastructure is fragile. It's overstressed with old, breaking sewer pipes. We have had to deal with road cave-ins and drainage problems, resulting in street flooding, alley flooding, and our backyards flood every time it rains. Any new development will be tying into these existing problems. I want to talk about traffic density. We deal daily with heavy traffic. Driving the area requires in and out weaving to avoid cars. Now we're talking about street parking cars, oncoming cars, cars who are behind us but end up in front of us because they don't want to wait in line. And then there are the joggers, the walkers, dogs walking their owners, bicyclists, the scooters, golf carts, the landscapers, delivery trucks, the postal trucks, and our emergency vehicles. These are all in our streets all the time that we have to weave in and out of to allow the traffic to flow. Now don't forget the schools. There are children walking to and from schools. There's parents in cars. They're known as the pickup or drop-off lines. Sometimes you find yourself in that line even though you don't have children because it's impossible to get around them. My point is, traffic density is dangerous. It's unsafe for everyone in the neighborhood and anyone that uses those streets. And if you allow this zoning, it will only get worse. And I spoke with the residents in those townhomes because I went door to door speaking to people, informing them of what was going on in their neighborhood. And they all had the same complaint. They have no parking. And these are the condos and townhomes that have been allowed to be built there. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is George Couch, and I live at 603 South Orleans Avenue. Perception is reality, and the reality that I see of this is disturbing. The council has been somewhat gingerly tenacious about trying to get an insurance that if it went from R10 to R35, that it would not be built out to an R35, and we haven't had any conclusive evidence or any conclusive assurances that that would not happen. So why not just keep it at R10? Why go to the R35 if it's not necessary? We have had no assurances. We've had a lot of him and Han. We've had some, yes, perhaps, we don't know, we're not sure, but that would never happen. Don't worry about it. That's not good enough. We live in this area, and it's been also proposed and shown that, yes, there's a lot of multifamily dwellings in that neighborhood. We don't need any more. It's packed. And there's going to be a lot of presentations about the traffic not being that bad. If you live there and you're part of that experience on a daily basis, it's bad. And one of my neighbors just spoke about the joggers and the residents who use those streets on a daily basis to walk and to exercise and to enjoy the sense of community that it offers. And jamming this building sites and the uncertainty of going to the R35 is detrimental. It makes no sense. Again, the council has been gingerly tenacious about trying to say, listen, if we went to R35 on this, will you build out to R35? And the potential is there, and all we haven't heard, no, it won't. So that's my concern, and I'm gravely concerned about it. This is my neighborhood where I'm raising my family, and I hope this doesn't go through. Thank you for your time and attention.
Sir?
Yes.
Just for the record, as I look at the map that's in front of us, the subject property is 502 South Orleans on the corner. I'm going to presume that you are directly across the street in 503?
No, sir, I'm at 603 South Orleans Avenue.
603.
Yes,
Okay,
sir,
I
that's correct, a
apologize.
block away.
So you're a block up?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. When I described the houses on directly across the street, I said, I don't want to testify, so I need somebody local to testify. But I said that there were 3 single-family houses directly across the street from the 502. Is that correct?
That is a correct statement, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yeah.
All right. Next speaker. And then 10. Virtual. We're gonna be 3 hours. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, I'm a resident on South Orleans too. I've lived there since 1985. Back then, we had burglar bars on all our windows, but the area's come up quite a bit. There's a lot of really expensive homes.
What was your name, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Virginia Smith. I'm at 610 South Orleans. The house next door to me sold for about $1,043,000 last year. It's a very I wouldn't say it's up and coming. It's already become a good area. There's no up and coming. It's there. My only concern is a lot of it is density. It's kind of like filling your mouth with a fire hose. At what point does it just overflow? I mean, okay, it's dense. Okay, you can build. We have a lot of, multifamily units. But how much can we take? Will we finally just overflow? My question is also water. I mean, we put up with rain in our backyards from all the building where people have piggybacked houses on top of basic bungalows with the piggyback routine. So all that water has to go somewhere. And a lot of these houses didn't have cistern systems to hold the water and put it through some kind of pipe work. So all this water has to go somewhere. Nobody's mentioned water. I mean, are we just going to overflow and just run it out to Platt Street and, Selman Expressway and run out the water that way? I don't know where the water is going to go because we just don't have any land to absorb the water. If we cover everything with multifamily houses and apartments and people don't have little areas on the sides of their house to absorb the water and they take down all the trees that absorb the water, I just don't know where it's going to go. That's my question. Anyway, that's most of my thoughts are about the density and where's the water going to go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Yes, sir, go ahead. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Chimino. I live at 604 South Oregon Avenue. I've lived in Hyde Park for 30 years in 3 different houses. I'm opposed to this increased use of the land that's being questioned tonight. I think there's 3 areas that I have significant concern about. One is the concept, which people have mentioned, and I think the council people have latched onto, is multi-unit apartments, whatever you want to call them, versus single-family homes. Jenny just mentioned zero lot line development and the impact that has, especially in a time of climate change. And finally, what I would look as a bit of a fallacy that the Planning Commission mentions is, it was in their report, I didn't hear them talk about it tonight, about pushing development within Tampa to encourage people to use mass transportation. I have never heard anyone say that Hyde Park is charming because of multifamily developments. It's beautiful historic homes, tree-lined streets, sidewalks, yards. That is what residents and visitors cherish and value. These features draw visitors. They draw it to the commercial area. That is the apartments do not offer us any community value or enhancement. As people have mentioned, it creates more problems for us. I was going to talk a little bit about how it is to walk in my neighborhood and have to deal with the multifamily versus a single-family home. So one thing Mr. Dingfelder pointed out, most of the housing when you go west is still single-family. On Orleans, there's actually 4 houses in the 500 block opposite where that duplex is. And as you go into the 600 block, it's almost all single-family homes. There is a duplex. It's designed like a single-family home. So we're talking about there's a significant portion, and I think I totally agree. I think the view of the camera failed to show that. I will reiterate what Jenny said. Covering these lots is what got Houston in a lot of trouble. Houston suffered from Harvey in part. It's documented, its history, from paving over everything. And when you put, I know what they're talking about. I don't know if they'll live by their word, but they're talking about putting 4 units per lot. That will create the type of environment Houston had, where you have very little land to drain. The single family homes, yeah, they have small yards, but they generally have a fair amount of land with it. And finally, I did want to point out, I don't want to hear any more about Tampa mass transportation, because it's less today, it's more diminished today. You all know it, I know it, than it was 10 years ago. And to give one quick example, there's a guy I know from one of the restaurants on Swan. He walks by my house. He used to be able to take a bus along Swan and get off right near work. The closest he has now to come to work is Willow and Kennedy. It's 0.6 miles.
Thank you very much,
He
sir.
hurt his knee and had to quit working for a while. So I am very opposed to this. It's not in character with the historic district, and it's not in character with those of us who have invested dearly in homes.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker. Yes,
Hi,
ma'am, go
Kelly
ahead. Please
McMillan.
state your name.
Kelly McMillan, 2110 West Deckle Avenue. Here tonight representing the Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association and its hundreds of members. Thank you so much for letting me speak. Our mission is to promote, cultivate, preserve the aesthetic, historic, civic, and communal characteristics of our neighborhood. The current classification, I just want to say again, of R10 allows for dwelling units at a density of 5. But if approved, density could increase up to 18. This war has been waged in the past, and it should be reiterated that the existing multifamily structures in this area are actually early to pre-1990 to early 1990. So if I can paraphrase a statement made by the Planning Commissioner Dix during the recent Planning Commission hearing last week, he said, "We can have respect for density, but these 3 parcels are surrounded by single-family homes." Then he asks, someone at some point decided R10 was the appropriate classification, so why and what needs are met by this significant increase? And it is a significant increase. The answers to these questions are mysterious and cloudy and unknown. The applicant claims the parcels are at the center of a well-established townhome and multifamily area. This is refutable if you consider a larger than 3 visual block picture. There are many contributing structures in the vicinity, but maybe I'm not understanding their use of the term surrounded. So also the applicant has claimed the recent townhome developments have improved the neighborhood, but the truth is it's the older single-family homes that have been brought back to life by dedicated homeowners, while the newly constructed homes have been designed with care and respect to the character of Hyde Park. We also know it's a fact that the local schools are at or above student capacity. The increased density basically defeats the district's school choice efforts. Planning standards seem to be applied equally across Tampa, but we must consider the uniqueness of individual neighborhoods. Willow Avenue is a gateway to a well-established and highly advertised point of interest in the city. The area is a jewel and an ongoing story of successful renaissance and rehabilitation. Also notable is the historic marker erected in 2007 regarding the significance of Dobyville, directly adjacent to these parcels and connected. I think we can all agree apartment complexes and typical townhouse structures are not interesting. Specifically, plopping down another architecturally incoherent compound won't enhance this historic neighborhood. So we're respectfully asking these parcels be developed with regard to the existing regulations. This application has not adequately demonstrated a compelling reason to increase density. And lastly, we feel land use changes should be done infrequently, and with respectful consideration to the neighborhood, its residents, and also based upon substantial and competent evidence. We hope you will carefully consider making changes that will inflict a significant impact on Hyde Park.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker. All right, please state your name.
Hang on a second. No, I'll just put it down here. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. My name is Batista Mordini, and I live at 418 South Orleans Avenue. I am vehemently opposed to this, and I want to introduce myself first in saying that I have an undergraduate and a master's degree, both from Tulane University. I have graduated in 1998, so I've been in the industry, in construction and architecture industry for 23 years and 28 years, including school, which had internships and whatnot. Part of my master's degree is in historic preservation. So all of these things that have been presented are absolutely misleading. The way they've presented this case is absolutely misleading. They can't even tell you the boundaries of Dobyville and the history of Dobyville. The boundary of Dobyville used to be Gray Street to the north, Horatio to the south, Rome to the left, Willow to the right. So Willow was the cutoff. So all of a sudden they started building these multifamily and whatnot. Now, let's go to this map, which is the existing, not future, existing. Let me get the right orientation here. So I'm kind of not blind. It looks all yellow, and orange is two families. So all of this is single family, all of it. And the only thing over here, this is multifamily. Yes, these are condos. But like you said, there's no historic context. Now, this, I'm talking fast because I got a lot to say. This house on the corner, a historic house, was torn down. And they built this obnoxious modern thing that has no context in the neighborhood. But why? Because it's on the national register, not the local register, which means north of De Leon, which is the national register, doesn't mean anything. You can tear it down and do whatever you want with it. So on this corner here, that is a historic house. It's a contributing historic structure that if it was in the local register, you would not be able to touch it. And you want to talk about maximizing the potential of this lot? This is the most beautiful lot here with a historic home and the potential for a giant yard. Now I want to show some pictures real quick of the actual neighborhood. If I can here. All right, so this is the subject property I'm talking about, contributing structure. This house behind it, built in 1908. But these are the houses in the neighborhood. These are all original houses. This is one of the smallest houses in incorporated Hillsborough County. It's only 465 square feet, 100% original. Directly across the street from my house, which was built in 1908, exactly the same. There's the house I'm talking about. And that house right there is built in 1908, exactly the same as my house, which my house is the blue roof, and this one here, they're both exactly the same, built in 1908. Dobyville was historically for segregated families, African-American families, to come and work, basically build the Tampa Bay Hotel, which is now University of Tampa, and you can see the character of the houses there. There is absolutely nothing that prevents them from building 8 stories, nothing. As a design professional, once you get to, I'm done with the map here, so once you get to, when you start a project, the first thing you look at is what are the zoning parameters? What are the codes? Oh, I have this setback, and the first thing I look at is what is the height restriction? 35 feet. No, 8 stories. So you can build whatever you want. Doesn't matter what we decide. Doesn't matter what Mr. Michelini misleads you to think. What, Mr. Ivy, I have no idea what your professional qualification, but you're absolutely false. You can't even answer a yes or no question
Thank
on
you very
zoning
much,
questions.
sir. Thank
And
you.
then the density is
Thank you,
5
sir.
units and 18 units. That's a 360%
Thank you,
increase.
sir.
5 units over 3
Thank you.
properties, 18 units over 3 properties.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely against this. And it overpacks the
All right,
schools,
next speaker, please.
everything. Ridiculous. Thank you for your time. Didn't mean to get excited.
I believe that's the last in-person speaker, so we'll go to the virtual registered speakers. We have quite a few. It's bad for you. All right.
Chair, we have 5 speakers that's been elevated as a panelist. We have Anika, David Riggle, Aaron Abgritz, David Lorick, and Robert Palia. If you all could turn on your video and unmute yourselves.
That's not bad. All right. My first speaker is Anika.
Yes, hi. This is Anika Verhagen.
Yes.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak. I live in the house 513 South Orleans Avenue, which is across from 502 South Orleans Avenue, one of the proposed sites. And my husband and I have lived in Hyde Park for 20 years. We have lived on Willow, South Vermont, and now finally in this wonderful, beautiful single-family home. And there are 4, like previously said. They are all in the character of Hyde Park. And also across from my street is another family home, which is omitted, that wasn't said yet. But again, 4 beautiful homes. And we're very, very concerned and opposed about what is happening and what is being proposed to the rezoning, because we possibly could get a very ugly, huge building across from us. I also want to highlight the safety of the neighborhood. In these 4 homes that are across from this building site, my neighbor has 3 little children. I have 2 little children, and they love playing in the front yard. If the density of the neighborhood increases and also traffic, we won't be able to have them out on the street anymore. It will be unsafe. Also, these children walk to Gorey. And when you right now already cross the street at Wilson, the car drivers can see you because there are so many parked cars. They can see you when you cross the street. Also, when I wanted to cross the street with my car, you can barely see if any cars are coming. So it's a super unsafe situation. You know, we don't want to have happen what happens on Bayshore, right? That people have to die because of unsafe situations. Traffic is already bad. Traffic will only get worse. Howard is congested. West Swan is congested. Willow is congested, and it will affect the entire neighborhood as well as Davis Island. My other neighbors already have addressed the infrastructure. We already have flooding issues. We have stormwater issues, traffic challenges. When I leave my home in the morning and I go on the Leon, often I have parked cars on 2 sides of my alley, and I can barely get out with my car, right? So several issues that we're dealing with. And again, I really would appreciate if you could, consider our concerns. My lifetime savings are in this home, and I would hate to see it depreciate when we are moved or being forced to move.
Thank you very much. All right. Next speaker I have is David Riggle. And please unmute yourself, sir. I don't know if you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council members, for taking time on this matter. My name is David Reese Riggle. I'm a resident of the area and a past president of Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek. I bring that up because it's been a trying time for neighborhood associations during this past year due to COVID. As you may, recognize. But despite that, there has been a significant amount of interest into this issue. One of the points I want to make is that all 3 Hyde Park neighborhood associations are opposed to this request for an increase in density. That's significant for a variety of reasons, most notably that everyone, including myself, are volunteers in these neighborhood associations. We're not paid, this isn't our job, and all of us have taken a lot of time out of our lives, including today, to bring our points up. And I've just heard from so many people that don't want to see this happen. Which brings me to my next point. We are not in a neighborhood in decline. To the contrary, our neighborhood is thriving. As it's been noted by a couple others, these properties and this area is in the National Historic Area, and it's surrounded by 2 areas of significance. 1 block to the south is the local historic area. 1 block to the north is Dobyville. I won't spend a lot of time on those 2 points, which I was prepared to do so because it's already been noted. But I believe that the request to maximize the density in this area, which is in the National Historic Area, seems opportunistic and benefits the developer more than the neighborhood at large. These properties are already zoned for multifamily, so what is there to need to rezone it up for larger density? While these properties are not in the local historic area, being in the National Historic Area should not be discounted. Significant criteria must be met to be in the National Historic Area. And moreover, and most importantly, there is strong support in the neighborhood for the expansion of the local historic area that would cover these properties, and the demolition of a contributing structure would not fit in the character of the neighborhood, and it's directly against the will of the neighborhood at large for the expansion of the local historic area. The fact that this part of the city is even eligible to be expanded into the local historic area is significant, and it's probably the biggest reason why this is not a NIMBY situation, not in my backyard. This area of Hyde Park, which is not in local but could be, is significant. It is unique. We're not opposed to development. Everyone I've spoken to is fine for development, including multifamily, just at the right density. And the density that is being requested here does not seem to fit in the characteristic of this neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Robert.
Hi. Nice to meet you. My name is Robert Palaya. I live at 503 South Willow. As a matter of fact, you showed my townhome in around 15 of the pictures that were shown by the developer and the owners. If I look over my right shoulder here, I could see the house on the corner of Orleans, and over my other shoulder, I could see the yellow house on the corner, as it's been for many years as we've lived here. And I'm talking to you today on behalf of all the owners of the townhomes here at the Willows of Hyde Park. And I think one of the important things you really need to think about is, as I was listening to those presentations, in my mind, my wife and I kept saying, that's not true. That's not accurate. That's not true. And it's remarkable to me how things are being presented as being factual and truthful when they're not. And the nuance to keep in mind when they talk about the density of the housing from Horatio going north towards Kennedy being so different from 1 block over, and it's just 1 block. I mean, the distinction that they're drawing between these 2 sections of town is just 1 tiny little block. And I would encourage you, to the extent that you can, if you're thinking about what's going on here and the misrepresentations that are being made and the opportunistic nature of what's happening here, everyone's pretty much said the same thing. If they're going to do what they said they're going to do, they can already do that. They don't need this. So why are they asking for it? If not, to take advantage of that opportunity and to build a structure that just won't fit into this historic neighborhood. So I just ask you, to the extent that you're listening to this testimony and you're hearing people who can't even tell you the years that things were built, and I can assure you those townhomes weren't built in the last 5 years, they should be held accountable for that. And I ask you, just please think about this before you approve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Aaron. Go ahead, sir. Aaron, you're muted, sir. If you would unmute yourself. Still muted.
There we go. I'm back in.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sorry. My name is Aaron Albrecht, and I live at 1107 West Horatio Street. I'm president of Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Civic Association. Appreciate your time. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. I'll do my best to be brief and not to reiterate several points that have already been spoken to. But before I could provide my comment, I did want to mention that a number of passionate neighbors have shown up to my front door on Horatio, have called me multiple times, that they are in attendance and had intended on speaking, but against the development, but the pandemic notification rules and the confusion around that and the signage, to be honest, on the properties and online prevented them from doing so. But to dive into a few of the points, to reiterate the importance of Willow Gateway, that is the gateway road to our neighborhood, traffic density, currently very prohibitive, and I would deem it dangerous. As a feeder street to the expressway, it's already over congested. I believe, and the neighborhood association believes, that the zone change is not consistent with any applicable comprehensive plan for the area. We have already broad neighborhood support for our local historic area expansion in Hyde Park, Spanish Town Creek. It's currently underway after a unanimous vote by the association. The required number of contributing structures, in addition to our local support, which we already have, is instrumental to the ARC approval. Losing contributing structures will further impede our ability to implement this plan change. Additionally, a zone change seeking high density is inconsistent with the neighborhood plan. Previous similar multifamily developments that I heard mentioned here before, they haven't been built around here since the 70s or 80s. Latest, they're currently not in line with the fabric of our neighborhood as it stands today. I do agree with several other commenters that there appears to be no need for the zone change to accommodate higher density development than is already currently there. The zone change also appears to be inconsistent with surrounding uses. As someone that lives here, that lives on Horatio, I can speak to that personally. Rezoning to allow for multifamily housing a mere feet, regardless of block, feet from a local historic area in a national historic area is to ignore the character and the current density of our neighborhood. Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek is, again, nationally historic. That is not insignificant. That is significant designation. 1 block from historic Bellevue, though, in a walkable neighborhood with front-facing houses similar to our sister neighborhoods south of Swan. Rezoning the neighborhood from low-density residential to a much higher density multifamily when the neighborhood surrounding it is other single-family residential uses appears to be inconsistent. Again, and I believe that's a wholly undesired precedent. The zone change, lastly, is not consistent with orderly development of public safety services. There's a recognized safety concern around pedestrian traffic that's been mentioned here tonight, and I also believe hurricane and disaster preparedness. I don't believe the city is currently in compliance with state regulations regarding hurricane and disaster preparedness, and I feel like a higher density zone change will further exacerbate these issues.
Thank you very much, sir.
I appreciate the opportunity to provide comment. Thank you.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
sir.
if I may, Aaron?
Aaron.
I was going to ask whether he was speaking on behalf of the association or himself.
I am speaking on behalf of the association.
That was behalf of the association?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else for a virtual public comment?
Chair, I do have David Lorick on the line. However, he does not have video capabilities.
Okay.
He's unmuted right now.
I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
We need to see your face if you're going to be speaking.
Yes. Let me see why that's not on. I'm sorry for the delay.
Is your camera turned on?
I'm checking it now. It should be.
We don't see it.
Mr. Lorick, if you're using your cell phone, it will not work. I don't have.
Now I'm using a tablet.
You are using a tablet?
I am using a tablet. And I've used this for teleconference before.
Mr. Shelby, are we able to take his public comment since it's not a rezoning and just a separate issue, or do we have to see the gentleman on camera?
I can relate what I would have written, but I wanted to give it in person and hear the other testimony. I would appreciate offering some input. I must say that all my prepared comments, I think I can omit because they were covered well by council members that asked questions of the petitioners.
If I can.
And,
wait, just a moment, just a moment. Yes,
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Shelby?
Mr. Chairman. The rules do state, and I don't know why he's not able to do it. We have had issues before, I guess. In order to be consistent, we have not generally allowed audio for legislative matters.
Why?
Frankly, I believe for consistency, but the question is whether it would be appropriate to do so now. Did you say, sir, that you sent in something in writing?
no, I said, rather than send something in writing, I wanted to hear the other testimony and be able to offer my own.
Okay, may I ask the petitioner if he has any objection to this? I'm sorry, Mr. Miranda would like to be recognized.
Councilman Miranda, if you would unmute yourself, sir.
The only thing that I'm going to say, this is a non-quasi-judicial proceeding.
Right. That's correct, sir. So
I don't know if it makes any difference between this.
Does the petitioner have any objection to this? Just listening to the audio? Mr. Michelini? It's one person.
Council, as a courtesy, we will not object to him testifying.
All right, sir, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name, and we just go from there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is David Lorick. My address is 601 South Willow Avenue. That's 1 block south of the subject property. And I've been a resident here, a homeowner, since 1981. There's a number of comments I was going to make that have already been addressed by questions from city council members. And they've addressed a lot of the concerns I had with the way this was prepared. First, I'd like to address a few of the questions that came up regarding the historic nature of trends in this area. I remember when Hyde Park Village was being built and neighbors were allowed to go into some of the old homes in that area and remove fixtures and trim and store it in garages and take inventory of it to support renovation in the area. I remember what was happening back then and how we were all pushing for the designation of the historic district to protect our neighborhood. It was well taken that south of Swan was going to be protected, but it was not guaranteed whether or not north of Swan was going to be turned into a car dealership or who knows what. And as it was, the argument was there's a number of contributing historic structures north of Swan, and that there should be an area designated as part of the local historic district to protect the entire area. And while this was going on, we saw examples of 2 fine old homes that were not in need of extensive renovation, demoed to put up 15 townhomes. And this is back in the 80s, and it was a travesty to us that lived here then, seeing the loss of that much character in the neighborhood. I thought those days were over. My neighbor next door, their home, I think, is 1770 square feet. They listed it a couple of weeks ago at $1,050,000, and that weekend at open house they had 2 offers and accepted one. The neighborhood has turned around. Across from 502 South Orleans, those homes were built about 15 years ago. And I remember seeing one of them listed for close to 900,000 several years ago. The direction and trend in the neighborhood was established long ago. During the earlier staff presentation, they mentioned that everything north of Horatio on Orleans is R20. That may be, but nevertheless, they're all single-family detached homes.
Thank you very much, sir. $1 million for 770 square feet.
The size of my condo.
You got it.
Man.
You got it.
All right, I think that concludes public comment. Any questions or comments from council members? If not, we go to Mr. Michelini for a rebuttal. I hear and see none. Mr. Michelini?
Yes,
if,
sir, I'm on.
You'd like to rebut, sir?
I've got a couple of things that first I'd like to address. There seems to be some concern about the request to change the land use at 502 Orleans, which is this property if you're on the screen. Can you see that? Can you see that? Is that visible to you?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we would respectfully request to remove that from consideration. So we're no longer asking for 502 Orleans to be considered for any land use change.
So you are only asking for the property there in yellow?
Yes, sir, and we're also requesting that that be changed to request for residential 20 and not residential 35.
Councilman Dingfelder, are you getting this information? He's asking
May I ask of staff, does that require a continuance?
Doesn't that require a new hearing?
Yeah, I mean, you have to renotice, you know.
Yeah.
And the public has to have a chance to comment on the new proposal.
Well, it's a reduction in density of a request. I mean, if it requires a continuance, that's fine.
Whatever the process is, I'd like staff to be able to inform
Yeah.
council, please.
Does this need to be continued and then renoticed per the change made by the applicant? Councilman Miranda, I see your hand.
Again, I'm not an attorney, I'm a street guy. I don't think you can change this in the middle of it and continue with this hearing because it was advertised as what it is today. And who knows who was going to show up if it was the other way around. Might be the same, might be more, might be less. So I'm just speaking out loud how I feel.
I think, Council, in the abundance of caution and for the clarity of the record, we respectfully request to continue so that we can amend this application.
And did that also include item number 3?
Yes, sir, it would include item number 3.
Well, I'm sorry. This is a hearing on item number 1, so the request needs to be limited to item number 1, please.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just saying since they go together, so, all right.
Question on the motion. Well,
there is no motion on the floor.
Suggestion.
Yes.
You're objecting?
No, question on the suggestion.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
Okay, and I apologize, I did step out of the room for a minute. I think I heard on the audio speakers that are outside. So, Mr. Michelini, can you be more specific or restate what you said when I was out of the room?
Yes, sir, we would withdraw the request for a land use change on 502 Orleans.
Completely?
Completely withdraw that request and alter the request for 411 and 413 Willow, and with a reduction going to a request to residential 20, and then respectfully request a continuance so that we can do the proper notice if that's required by the Planning Commission. And we don't want to go through the process. We don't want anybody to be surprised about what we're trying to do. A lot of the comments that were made related to rezoning, but some related to density, and we certainly don't want to overbuild or create a condition that people would be uncomfortable with. We're trying to be compatible, not incompatible. And if you remember, residential 20 exists immediately to the west of these properties, and residential 35 is immediately to the east.
I guess my only suggestion, Mr. Chair, procedurally is probably to break those into two parts. I don't
Ms.
know.
Johnson-Velez?
I'll let Susan do it.
Yes, Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. Given the extent of the requested changes, and I'm not sure what involves or what implications it has for the Planning Commission's evaluation, both staff as well as the commission, I think the appropriate request would be to either withdraw this application and work with the Planning Commission to come back with a modified application, and perhaps Mr. Hay has some comment on what would be involved with what Mr. Michelini is trying to request. But I think trying to manipulate this application as it sits and continue it to a date certain, I think is a little bit problematic.
Thank you. Mr. Hay?
This is David Hay with the Planning Commission. Just to reference, and this might be for Susan, but on page 69, which is the review criteria for plan amendment requests, the third bullet does discuss where the city, if city council makes a determination that the existing land use classification is no longer in the best interest, it may approve the amendment or direct the local planning agency to propose an alternative amendment to the existing land use classification. And then the fourth bullet, the land use is changed based on this criteria. The property owner shall process through a site plan district and it provided for in the city's land development regulations. I don't, and I'm not an attorney, but I don't think if the applicant is requesting a category that is a reduction in density and reducing the overall acreage, that it needs to come back to the Planning Commission. This can be handled at this level, because if an R35 is deemed appropriate on a larger parcel by the Planning Commission, and then at City Council, it's reduced in acreage and intensity, I don't think it requires another review of the Planning Commission.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Thanks, David. And I'm going to just direct you and focus on the first part of that sentence. It says, if City Council makes a determination that the existing land use classification is no longer in the best interest of the public. So what we've done is stopped before council has made that determination. It's only at that point, after you've made that determination, that you can then direct the Planning Commission to propose an alternative. And so at this point, you haven't made that determination. You haven't made any determination. And so I don't think that would satisfy what you're suggesting, David.
This is Kate Willis, Chief Assistant City Attorney. If I may suggest, since the applicant is requesting a reduction in the geographic area to be included in the comp plan amendment, as well as a reduction in the density, we don't have an ordinance for council's consideration this evening on first reading, and I would recommend instead that this hearing be continued to a date certain. And I defer to council on whether you feel that posting and renoticing is appropriate. I don't think it's required, but that would be council's discretion. But I just recommend that it be moved out in order to allow, if council so inclined, to approve the request from Mr. Michelini, not to approve the reduction, but consideration of it. I recommend that that just be moved out to another meeting.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying that between now and the continuance, he could amend the application to make the changes he requested to reduce the density and take one of the parcels out, so then it wouldn't have to be a new application, but it would be a revised application with all those changes?
I don't know that the application itself needs to be revised. He has stipulated on the record the proposed revisions. But again, we don't have an ordinance ready for your consideration on first reading this evening. And it's just my recommendation, given the change in direction requested by the applicant, that council consider a continuance if the applicant is so inclined, and to allow us to be considered for that lower density as well as the reduction in size. And I would defer to council on whether that continued hearing would need to be renoticed. That would be a discretionary decision by council.
But Ms. Johnson-Velez said that one option would be for the applicant to withdraw this application and file a new application. What would be the pros and cons of that for him?
Well, I think that it would be better or best if he could work with the planning commission to determine what the appropriate course of action, if they're going to require him to reapply, or if they can modify this in the time period between now and whatever continuance date council would.
Martin Shelby, Mr. Chairman, may I just inquire of the Planning Commission staff and city staff how much time would be appropriate for a continuance to allow all these issues to be addressed to a date and time certain?
How much time would you say? I mean, we have some pretty full meetings, and I don't know how much time you need overall.
Yes, May is too soon, the 17th, we're already.
July 22nd at 6 p.m. I know it's far out, but it looks pretty open. Everything else is quite a few items, and I don't want to overburden. Yes, sir, Mr. Hay.
Just for clarification, it all depends on really what your process is that you're going to decide on. If you're just continuing this out to another city council meeting and not sending it back for the planning commission for an entire review, the time will be different depending on what you guys decide, because we would need to, if you decide that it has to go back to a planning commission hearing, we have to fit that into the cycles in the planning commission cycle.
So how much time would you say? 3, 4, 5 months?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I wouldn't understand the purpose of returning this to the Planning Commission, given that the Planning Commission found the current application consistent, both the entire geographic area and the greater intensity or density. So I don't believe that returning it to the Planning Commission, where they're requesting a lower density and removing some of the parcels from consideration, would change the outcome of its recommendation. So what I'm recommending instead, given that they're reducing the scope and geographic area of the amendment, that it instead be continued, whether it's 30 days, it doesn't need to be pushed that further out unless you want them to renotice it. If you don't want them to renotice, and again, that's discretionary, then this can just be continued to your next regular meeting where you've got room on your evening agenda.
Well, Councilman Carlson.
If, legal question, if the motion to continue fails, can we still vote it down tonight, or do we have no choice but to continue it?
If the motion to continue fails, then you can vote it up or down tonight.
Thank you.
All right.
Chair Ryan Manassi.
Yes.
One of the issues
Development coordination. I just want to, and Kate, please jump in too if you want to correct me. And I know we're not speaking about the rezoning, but I know we're talking about timelines. If you want them running concurrently, then there's possibilities that the rezoning may need additional timeline to reconfigure their site plan. So it wouldn't necessarily give staff enough time to re-review a site plan. And I'm sorry I'm speaking about item number 3, but I just want to make it clear to council that, if you continue this to your next available hearing, I don't think the rezoning would be able to go at the same time.
So we should push it to July 22nd, which
Why
I
don't we-
see no numbers.
Mr. Chairman, why don't we hear from the petitioner, if we can, please, with regard to the
Okay.
issues?
Yes, sir. I was going to concur with Ryan Manassi that there's a companion piece that needs to be continued, and certainly July would be an acceptable date.
Yeah,
If
June
that's-
10th might be too soon, and everything else is very full.
I think we need to have time to work out the strategic issues with the Planning Commission staff, although not with the staff itself, not going back to the commissioners, but also going back and revisiting the issue with them as well as city staff. I think July 22nd would be an agreeable date.
So you wish to continue item number 1. We'll take 2 separate votes since they're 2 separate items, so there's no legal confusion, to July 22nd at 6 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make the motion, but ensuring that the public is renoticed on this.
Mr. McElhaney, the public will be renoticed on this?
Yes, sir, we agree to renotice.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Shelby?
No, thank you very much, Councilman Citro. That was going to be my question. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
So Councilman Citro has made a motion to continue item number 1 with renoticing the neighborhood to 6 p.m. July 22nd.
Question on the motion.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Michelini, you've been in this business a long time. I can only ask, but I would hope that you'd meet with all 3 of those neighborhood associations and any of the neighbors around there to, specifically address what you plan to accomplish, not only with the plan amendment, but of course with any rezoning that I don't want to discuss tonight.
Yes, sir, and that's another reason why the July date gives us sufficient time to sit down and explain exactly what the proposal is.
Thank you.
We have a motion from Councilmember Citro. Do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Dingfelder. Because we're virtual and in person, let's take a roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
No.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Shelby, would it be appropriate to take item number 3, since it's a companion piece and we assume it would be continued to the same date?
Yes, sir, and the hearings were all opened, including
Yes,
number
sir.
3? Thank you.
Mr. Michelini, item number 3 to be continued to July 22nd at 6 p.m. as well?
Yes, sir,
And
we're
including renoticing and everything, just like number 1?
Yes, sir, we're respectfully requesting item number 3, which is the rezoning companion piece, to be continued to July 22nd, 6 p.m., with the obligation of renoticing the neighbors.
Councilmember Citro.
Procedurally, will we have to ask anybody that's in the audience to about the request for continuance?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion to continue item number 3 to July 22nd at 6 p.m.?
So moved.
Motion from Councilmember
Second.
Dingfelder, second from Councilmember Citro. Roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Carlson,
No.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
and Vieira.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Okay, before we go to item number 2, do you mind if we take a 5-minute recess?
Thank you, council.
All right. We are in recess for 5 minutes. For a continuance.
I love you, baby, but you just won't treat me right. Spend all of my money and walk the streets all night, but look on yonder wall and hand me down my walking cane. I got me another woman, and baby, I'll tell me, oh man. Well, it's you that been walking from door to door. Well, it's you that been walking from door to door. Well, if I didn't love just for one day. Leaves just for one day. Yeah, I know it's alright. It don't worry me none no more. It don't give me no fright. It's alright. Ooh, long, it's long and tall, and it's shaped just like a big elm tree. And you might say that Lord, he ain't no good. He's alright with me. He's alright by me, yeah. I said he's alright, baby. I know that he is. I said alright. It don't bother me none no more. If it worries you, man, I suggest that ain't what love's I said I could have had it all through religion, but I went off on the other way. I know whiskey and fast talking men, they took it all. They took it all. They took it all. Took it all. They took it all away. 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 And now the baby is so gone, and it's alright. It don't worry me none no more. I see anybody's here. I ain't telling you anymore what that's for. I said there's two trains running low. Hey, I said neither one ahead of my way. Neither of them two trains, neither one ahead of my way. Ooh, of them two trains. Well, I know you don't love me, and I know the reason why. Well, I know you don't love me, but I know the reason why. Well, you take all my money, and you treat me like a child. Well, not a woman I love, baby, just been here and gone. Well, not a woman I love, well, just been here and gone. Well, now things don't change. You know I ain't gonna be here long. Be here long. I ain't gonna be here long. I ain't gonna be here long. I ain't gonna be here long, boy. I ain't gonna be here long. 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 She's gone. Now she don't want me no more. Me no more. She don't want me. Me no more. She don't want me, boy. Me no more. She don't want me no more. Want me no more. It's alright. It's alright, boy. It's alright. It's alright. 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 It's alright, baby. Yeah. It's alright, darling.
Paul, please.
Vieira. Goods. Carlson.
Here.
Dingfelder. Cedra.
Here.
Miranda. And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Wonderful. All right. Before we go to item number 2, we now begin the quasi-judicial items all the way to item number 7. If you have not been sworn in, please raise your right hand and we'll swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Very good. Let's begin with item number 2.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Item number 2 is file number RAZ 2118. If I can share my screen, please.
I've been sworn.
Yes, sir, we can see it. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. First off, I'd like to point out some background on this application. It was heard before City Council on April 8, 2021, and at this hearing, the applicant committed to amending the site plan. Some of those amendments were clearly identifying the building height proposed, clearly locate 45-foot section of building height toward the Dale Mabry portion of the site by reorientating the building and adding the 8-foot masonry wall along the east. and incorporate the other changes as requested in this original presented staff report. It's staff's knowledge that the applicant has worked with the surrounding neighbors and has submitted a site plan elevation package with those corrections specifically that were directed by council. What I'll do here is I'll go through a few of those changes on the submitted site plan, and then I'll turn it over to the agent to further detail those. So this, it looks a little bare, but this is the site plan that just showing the 8-foot wall with the dimensioned building, and then the setbacks that were requested. Also the revised elevations. I'll get to that. Those are the site plan modifications. They are revised, and I provided them in this PowerPoint presentation. The agent has agreed to make those corrections to the original site plan to include the modifications outlined in this scaled down version site plan, should this be approved between first and second reading. We still do have the same consistent finding by development coordination. And the elevations as revised will show the height that I was referencing to at 35 feet for the north, the maximum height, and the south elevation, the east elevation, and the west elevation. With that being said, I'll turn it over back to Chair, and if the agent would like to go over the modification agreed upon from City Council in the first reading, and should you have any questions for staff, I am available.
Yes, sir.
Martin Shelby, question for staff. For purposes of review, was City Council provided with these revised staff reports? Excuse me, with the revised site plan?
So Council on April 8th continued 2 weeks. That's typically really not enough time for a full site plan review revised staff report. So these minor modifications were clearly shown on the site plan that was recently submitted by Steve Michelini, to ensure that staff was still on the same page with those additions to include the revisions from the original staff report. So as I stated, I still want council to keep in mind that original site plan that was presented at April 8th is still the site plan of review. But this was just to show that the applicant has went back to the neighborhood and went back to their design and amended some of the items that were presented at April 1st. Again, should this be approved tonight, the modifications as shown on April 8th, as well as those council-directed ones, would need to be shown on the original site plan between first and second reading and certified by the zoning administrator. Does that answer your question, Mr. Shelby?
Yes, would that require a longer continuance for that purpose?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we, I believe, can go right to the applicant on this, correct? Yes, sir, Mr. Michelini?
Yes, sir, I'm ready to go. We've worked with the neighbors as well as the city staff, and we are presenting this elevation, which seemed to be the basic issue regarding the height of the building. It's now at 35 feet, and the previous site plan didn't depict the masonry wall, so we will finish this up and provide the you can't see it, there we go. We'll finish this up and make it, the staff already has finished copies of this, but I've written in the dimensions so that you could see it. And one of the other things that we did besides the masonry wall is that on the east side of the building, we stair-stepped it back to provide more of a setback and more relief for the adjacent property owner to the east. So you've had a long night, and I apologize for that already. The neighbors are here. I have asked them, were they satisfied with these changes? They met with the owner a couple of times, and we've gone over the site plan with them, and to the best of my knowledge, they have been satisfied. With that, I'll leave any time that I may need for summary and rebuttal. But I think we've done everything that was asked of us, and we are committing to making the other revisions as indicated on the staff report, as well as finalizing these revisions that you just saw. That concludes my presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Michelini, just for the purposes of the record, you have been sworn in. My understanding is that the people who are on the second floor
Yes,
have been
everybody
sworn
on
in.
the second floor have been
And I
sworn in.
believe there were members of staff who were online at the time who were also sworn in.
Yes.
If that's not correct, please do ask to be sworn in. And again, if there's anybody who's present who is not sworn, please ask to do so. Thank you.
All right. I saw everybody online sworn in, and they turned their cameras on, and I believe everybody on the second floor was sworn in already. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I've been sworn.
Yes,
I
all
believe
right.
so. There's I.
Yep.
Thank
Eileen
you.
says yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? Do we have anybody in the public that is here to speak? I see two people registered online, Phil and Mark, if that is correct.
We did receive 2 registered speakers, but they're not logged in.
Okay. Do we have anybody in public in the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth. Yes, we do have one person.
We do? Okay. We're going to sanitize the lectern and we'll have that person speak. 2 people? Okay. Very good.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
there's 2 people.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right. If you're here to speak on this item, please come up. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Please state your name.
My name's Mark Odom. I live directly next door to where this building's going to be. And the main thing that we did meet with the owners and had very, very good conversations. They agreed to max it out at 35 foot. And I know for one, I'm very happy with this. Again, like I said, I wanted this to go through. There was just a few conditions here, but I think that they've been over backwards, and they've met with us, and they've been very, very professional with this, and I'm happy with this plan.
Thank you very much. All right. Next speaker. Yes, sir. Please state your name. Go ahead.
My name's Phil Schlossnagel. I live at 3715 West San Pedro Street. And I think, are you able to share my screen there? Can you guys see my screen? Can you guys see the screen there?
Not yet.
Okay.
If we could share the gentleman's screen down at the kiosk. No, not the overhead, but you have a computer plugged in?
I'm logged on online.
Okay.
To the GoToWebinar or yeah.
All right, if we can get the GoToWebinar set up to show the screen so we can share it. I don't see anything yet, sir.
No?
No.
Okay.
We can see that.
Should we
Yeah,
do
that's
it-
fine.
should we do it this way? All
Do it
right.
like that. That's clear.
All right. Okay, so just want to start out by saying this is the view from my front door here. Directly across the street, the yellow house, that's Mr. Odom's house. He's the one that just spoke. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Michelini kind of said that I wouldn't be affected by this building, but this is, over here, this is obviously what I'm going to see when I walk out my front door, look out my front window. So I am, pretty much affected by it, perhaps other neighbors to a lesser extent, but this is, at the bottom is what was originally proposed, the 45-foot height there, which that fourth level would have contained the mechanical equipment. In talking to Mr. Lancey, it would have been, it was intended to have 4 air conditioning units and a generator up there with some screening, but after talking to him on Friday, Mr. Odom and I and then 2 other neighbors met with Mr. Lancey on Friday, and he agreed to move the mechanical equipment down to the ground level so that the building height could be reduced to that 35 feet. And I think that was also accomplished by reducing, I think the ceiling height of the floors as well. So brought it down from 45 to 35 feet, so you can kind of see the change there, but, you know, still a little taller than the surrounding buildings, but a lot more in line with the neighboring properties. So, like I said, we kind of agreed with Mr. Lancey that to his proposal to move the mechanical equipment to the ground level to make this happen. So, you know, I think we're, at least the few of us that met with him on Friday are okay with these provisions. So that's all I've got.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yep.
All right. And I believe that was the last person in in-person public comment. Are there any questions for the applicant? Anything at this time? Mr. Michelini, do you have anything before we ask for a motion to close?
No, sir. I think that we've done everything we agreed to do, and the neighbors are happy, so we'd respectfully request your approval.
Do we have a motion to close? Motion to close from Councilman Good, second Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, Councilman Dinkfelder, would you mind reading item number 2?
We're at 2 already?
Yes, sir. We're moving quick tonight.
Sure. Mr. Michelini, we appreciate you working with those neighbors. In regard to REZ 21-18, I'll read the following ordinance for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3724 West San Pedro Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classifications, PD Plan Development Office Business Professional to PD Plan Development Office Business Professional, provided an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Miranda.
And Mr. Shelby is reminding me that that we'll add a little bit of additional language. I believe that the applicant has met his burden of proof by providing competent substantial evidence that the development is conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comp plan and city code, and I find that requested waivers do not adversely impact public health, safety, and general welfare. And
With regard to the revisions that need to be made between
we'll
first and second
incorporate
reading?
any revisions that Mr. Manassi has made reference to.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Manassi, is that all right, or do you have anything more to add?
Thank you, Chair. Just one addition, because Mr. Michelini did point out the scaled back east elevation, which is not what I received. So I would just request that we make sure that's clear for the record for first and second reading, so that way I can make sure that on the resubmittal, that'll be before you on second reading.
So moved.
All right, that will be included in the motion. Councilman Dingfelder with the motion, second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Boots,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 20th at 6 p.m.
All right.
Thank you so much, Council.
Correction, May 20th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we move on to alcoholic beverage for the next and last 4 items on the agenda. We'll begin with item number 4, jug and bottle.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Manassi, and if I could share my screen, please.
Yes, sir, we see it. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So item number 4 is file number AB2-2104, the applicant Jug and Bottle LLC, and the representative is Ryan Fouché and Veronica Danko. This is for the property located at 6203 North Florida Avenue. This slide shows you snippets from the staff report, and I'll go through more of this table in my presentation summary. There are 2 waivers being requested, one from 27-132, and that's the reduction in required distance separation to other AB sales establishments from 250 feet to 50 feet. And then another one from section 27-211.12, which is under the Seminole Heights Code, which is to reduce the required parking from 9 to 5, a 44% reduction. Just make note, the closest AB sales establishment is the Quick Stop at 6121 North Florida Avenue. They hold a 2 APS, which is beer and wine for package sales only. It's zone SHCI, and it's 50 feet away. And that's where that 27-132 waiver comes from. So the application before you is requesting a special use approval to allow the sale of alcoholic beverages for a small venue, beer and wine, consumption on premise, and package sales for off premises consumption. The application is considered a change of use, and the proposed use is restaurant and retail sales. The property currently has an approved alcoholic beverage sales special use 1 for retail sales convenience goods, and that's with the beer and wine package sales off-premise consumption only. That's a total of 1,891 square feet of indoor space only. The proposed application requests a total of 2,649 square feet, comprising of 1,819 square feet indoor, and then the 830 square feet outdoor. According to the floor plan that was submitted, there's a total of 51 occupants. The site plan indicates the proposed hours of operation will be consistent with Chapter 14, and also it shows dual access on driveways on North Florida Avenue as well as West Hannah Street. Again, the required parking being 9 spaces, and the site is showing 5. That's where that other waiver that I stated was from. And then the subject property is in the Seminole Heights Urban Village, and that distance separation requirement is that 250 feet from other AB sales establishments. The site plan does state the sales area shall not be located within the parking, loading, or space, and that all permits issued after April 1st, 2011 shall be kept on site with a copy of the adopted ordinance and approved site plan for the alcohol beverage sales. Here's a vicinity map showing the subject property outlined in red in the dashed. And as you can see, this is all zoned SHCI up and down the road. The closest AB establishment, just for reference over the aerial, is right here to the south. And that's in like a strip center. The site plan submitted shows the existing structure. And again, they do have an approved alcohol beverage special use 1 for only the packaged sales of beer and wine. So again, they're trying to incorporate that retail sales with some consumption on premise, which I'll let the applicant explain further. As you can see, the 4 parking spaces are in the rear of the building, and they've demonstrated some motorcycle parking in the front as well as some bicycle parkings, which in the Seminole Heights district, they do get some code relief from. Here's the plan as submitted by their architect showing the 51 occupants and how the means of egress work. And that's where we use mostly for parking, and Jonathan Scott review as far as the waiver requirements. The revisions that are in the staff report, I just threw them on the slides so that they'd be presented to everybody. Development coordination is inconsistent, and that's due to the waiver, the distance separation requirement. Urban design did find them inconsistent with site plan modifications, saying the project, they want them to add the note, the project shall comply with Seminole Heights overlay general building, landscape, and sign standards. And then also they found it inconsistent based off the parking waiver. These are continued revisions, and this is from transportation. There's some minor site plan modifications that would be needed to the site data table, as well as the 5 slots for the bike rack. And Jonathan commented on the motorcycle parking shown in the front. Those changes would be allowed between the first and second reading should you approve this application tonight. And then just going into the photos, from left to right, the view north, it's Florida. Viewing south, here's the closest alcohol establishment. And then viewing east, the residential neighborhood. And then on the left, viewing west, you can see the commercial uses, as well as the intersection kind of going south. And then, sorry for the close-up picture, there's not too much space in the front, but the jug and bottle establishment, the subject property itself. With that being said, the Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application, and we find it inconsistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. As I stated, there are minor revisions needed to the site plan should this be approved tonight between first and second reading of the ordinance. Staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Any questions at this time?
This already had a wet zoning for
Yeah.
package. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's already beer and wine.
Right. Ryan?
Yes, Councilman Diegfelder. It has an active AB permit. It's under AB 1-1510. So that's a special use 1, which is administratively reviewed and approved. And that's for the package sales for off-premise consumption only. So there's no consumption on premise. Through this petition, the applicant is trying to go under the small venue, which would allow for that on-premise consumption as well as maintaining that off-premise package consumption that they have.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else?
Yeah, that was my same question. I looked at the landscape where that was at, and I thought they already had a liquor license.
Yeah, you just couldn't drink on site.
Yeah.
All right. We have the applicant on the video. Can you raise your right hand so we can swear you in? I don't think we swear you in.
Hi, this is Grace Yang, and I actually have been sworn from before.
Okay, all right.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, council members. My name is Grace Yang. I'm at the Gray Robinson Law Firm at 401 East Jackson Street, Suite 2700 here in Tampa, Florida, 33602. With me tonight are the applicant representatives for Jug and Bottle, and I would like them to quickly introduce themselves. Veronica?
Veronica Danko. I reside at 6909 North Brevard Avenue in Tampa, Florida.
And Ryan Fouché, 1209 Old Avenue.
Thank you, council members, and thank you, Veronica and Ryan. So Jug and Bottle Department is located at 6203 North Florida Avenue, and it is a current shop in the Seminole Heights Urban Village. Jug and Bottle specializes in carrying craft beers, unique wines, and specialty foodstuffs. It has had a packaged beer and wine license from the state of Florida since June 5, 2015, and as previously mentioned, was initially approved for packaged beer and wine sales for the inside space. Its goal has been and continues to be a good business neighbor in the community. As also previously mentioned, the request before you tonight is to ask for your approval to add beer and wine consumption on premises and to add an additional outdoor space of approximately 830 square feet for an outside seating area to accommodate 10 seats outside so that the shoppers and the customers may have an opportunity to sit down and enjoy some fresh air and have drinks outside. The applicant has reviewed the staff report and agrees to the minor changes in between first and second reading. We are requesting the two waivers. First, the reduction from the other alcohol beverage establishments being the Quick Stop, which is about 50 feet away. And that second request that we are asking for council to approve tonight is to reduce the required parking to the 5 provided spaces. I'd like to mention some mitigation factors in that this store gets a great deal of walk up and biking neighborhood customers coming in to shop. And that for vehicles, in addition to the 5 spaces available on the property, there is street parking along Hannah Street, a shared lot with the barber shop next door, which is the Culture Control Barber Shop, that provides an additional 10 spaces. And the shop owners also have an agreement with the Quick Stop to be able to use some of Quick Stop's parking for the Jug and Bottle customers. We are available to answer any questions and would appreciate it.
Do you have any questions or comments for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
On that particular plot of land right there, isn't there adjacent residence directly behind that?
Yes, there is an existing residential area. The nearest residential is about 56 feet away, as shown on the survey that I see.
And we're looking at outdoor seating, any amplified music?
There are no plans right now for any outdoor amplified music that would disturb the neighbors in the area. At most, they might have a small speaker system just for some little bit of ambient.
Ms. Manasseh, how many houses are directly behind there?
Let me pull up the report, sir. Just try to give you a quick idea. So the aerial, try to zoom in a little bit. I believe, here's my cursor, so you see there's one house here. I don't have it outlined too well because this is not identifying the property lines, but as you can see, Councilman Goots, like you said, this is a residential block right here, as well as to the south. Predominantly, the SHCI will run along Florida and then block down into that SHRS, which is Seminole Heights Residential Single Family. So, I mean, just to give you a brief number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 houses in this vicinity block that's directly to the east. But I just would like to point out to council that the distance separation requirement for said establishment is for other AB sales establishments. Does that answer your question, sir?
That answered my question, but we had conversations about this morning, so I just wanted to look at that aerial to see I know the area pretty well. Just want to see how many houses were behind there, especially when we're saying expand there, and especially talking about music. That was going to be a big question for him, but apparently Ms. Yang is saying there's going to be no music at all.
There are no plans to have any loud music concerts out in the proposed outdoor seating area. I think at the most they might have a small system just for some light ambient music, but no plans for bands or loud amplified music that would disturb the neighborhood.
Can I hear the applicant tell me that? I mean, I'm just curious. Is that their perception of that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, Councilman Goose.
Councilman Goods.
Irrespective of what you hear testified to, there's no mechanism for enforcement unless it's on the site plan, number one. And number two is that, please remember that this special use would run with the land, assuming that the special use it can continue, future owners of that property, and I don't know what the state of this is or not, but just know that would not be bound by it if it's not on the site plan.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Shelby.
Councilman Goods, Ryan Manassi, I just want to add on that, just because if we get back into the conversations, I mean, we've seen it in the past, and I think what you may be alluding to is, I would just be mindful, like Martin Shelby said, if the applicant did want to agree to some kind of stipulation on the site plan, typically it's in the form of like no amplified sound from a time frame. That's something that we've seen in the past, but I just wanted to make that for the record. But whatever way you guys want to go with it, I'll make sure I make annotation of that.
Thank you, Manassi.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Manassi, do you know the capacity occupancy in that building?
It's proposed at 51, sir.
51. And how many parking spaces are they asking for?
They are they're having a reduction from the required parking of 10, or I'm sorry, required parking 9, and they're going to 5 spaces being provided. That's 1 ADA, 3 regular, and 1 bike rack per transportation's review. It's a 44% reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Manassi.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. Ms. Yang, just as a follow-up and good evening. Two things one thing I wanted to point out to Councilman Goods is looking at this site plan, the proposed outdoor seating area is on the north side of the building in a little quadrant sort of adjacent, closer to Florida and a little bit removed from the residential. So that gives me a little comfort, but a little more comfort, Ms. Yang, would be your stipulation that you wouldn't have amplified music on the site plan, just because I think we're just trying to generally protect neighborhoods all over the city. I mean, that doesn't mean you can't have acoustic. You're gonna have acoustic guitar. I'll come strum the guitar a little bit, even though I don't play. But anyway, that would be my druthers. It's up to you.
Thank you, Mr. Dingfelder. The outdoor seating area, which would be proposed for 10 seats, is the rear of that outdoor patio area is the barber shop in that commercial zoned area. I've discussed with the clients about the outdoor area and the concerns about noise, and we wanted to propose to put on the site plan a condition that there would be no outdoor amplified sound past 10 p.m. And I'd like to know if that would be acceptable to council members.
Seems like a reasonable compromise.
All right. If there's nothing else, do we have anybody in the public on the second floor that wishes to speak on item number 4?
No, Chair, there's no one on the second floor to speak on this item.
Do we have anybody registered to speak on item number 4?
We did have 4 registered speakers, but they're not logged on.
Do we have anything else from council? If not, we will ask for a motion to close. We have a motion to close from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Very good. Councilman Citro, would you mind reading item number 4?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number AB 221-04. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration ordinance providing a special use permit SU2 for alcohol beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises and package sales, off premises consumption, making lawful the sale of beer and wine at or from a certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 6203 North Florida Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinance or parts of ordinance in conflict be repealed, providing for an effective date. I feel that the petitioners met the burden of proof. I'm also going to ask for the waivers and revisions between first and second reading, that the use will not establish a precedent or encourage more intensive or incompatible uses in the surrounding area.
Do we have a second? Oh, we have Mr. Shelby.
And does that include as part of the revisions, the stipulation by Ms. Yang with regard to the no amplified sound after 10
yes,
p.m.?
thank you very much. And the petitioner's also given the stipulation that there will be no amplified music past 10 p.m. every evening.
I believe that the word was sound, though.
Sound,
Okay.
amplified sound, excuse me.
We have a motion from Councilman Citro, and the second was from Councilman Goods. Roll call vote.
Vieira.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
And Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 20th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, council members.
Thank you, Grace. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good night.
I think I heard, Chair. I know are you ready for item number 5, Chair? We're not getting you.
Yes, sir. Item number 5.
Okay, thank you. Item number 5, if I could share my screen as well. If you'd let me know when you see the PowerPoint.
Go ahead. We can see it.
Thank you, sir. Item number 5, file number AB22107. This is the applicant Deviant Libations doing business as Crab Devil with their representative Tyler J. Hudson here. The property address is 3800 North Nebraska Avenue. I'll go back to this slide in a second. Here's, again, this is outlined in your staff report. This is the table showing the active ordinance and the proposed. It'll be in my summary as well. There are some previously approved waivers from AB 21816, which was a special use 2 that was approved again in 2018. There are 2 new waivers being presented before you tonight on this petition. They come from section 27283.12A, and that's to allow commercial traffic access to the local street, both on East Virginia Avenue and East Stratford Avenue. And then section 27283.7 to reduce the required off-street parking spaces from the required 69 to 51 spaces. Again, the application before you is requesting special use approval to allow the sale of alcoholic beverages as a large venue, beer, wine, and liquor consumption on premises, and package sales for off-premises consumption. This application was considered a change of use and was reviewed by our DRC staff. Some of the uses were microbrewery, storefront residential, business professional office, distillery, and retail sales. The property currently has an alcohol approval, special use 2 for a small venue, beer, wine, liquor, consumption on premises, and package sales off premises consumption. And that's with a total of 15,133 square feet. Broken down indoor 7,628 square feet and outdoor 7,505 square feet. Again, that is the current approval. The proposed application requests a total of 8,760 square feet, comprising of 6,279 square feet indoor and 2,481 square feet outdoor. So although the parking requirement went up, the overall AB sales area went down, and that's due to the different types of uses requiring different parking requirements and such. The site plan indicates the proposed hours of operation will be consistent with Chapter 14, and it shows dual access again on that East Virginia Avenue as well as East Stratford Avenue, which is requiring that local access street waiver. The required parking again is the 69 spaces, and the site is showing 51 spaces, so they are asking for that waiver. The subject site is in the East Tampa urban village, and the distance separation requirement is that 250 feet from other AB sales establishments. The site plan states the sales area shall not be located within the parking loading area or space, and all permits issued after April 1st, 2011 shall be kept on site with that adopted ordinance and associated site plan. Here's a vicinity map of the area. As you can see, the subject site is outlined in red. And when I go to the site plan, it'll be a little more clear, but you can see on the site plan, it's going to show you where the formal decision was made on the previous alcohol petition to split this lot, and the structure is being remodeled to their current proposed application that you'll see on the site plan. The local access streets both being to the north and the south to get into the site. One thing to point out, it is zone CG along Nebraska, and then tapers back into RS50 on both sides of Nebraska. Here's the site plan as presented. Let me zoom in a little bit here for you. So you can see the indoor area right here, and one of the requests between first and second reading is outline the indoor area as they did these two outdoor areas that are outlined in black here. So these two outdoor areas are the outdoor AB sales area, and then the indoor, obviously. And again, the access on both north and south of the local streets with this parking to the rear off of Nebraska. This is the floor plan. So there is a two-story floor plan. The first floor being mainly the distillery, brewery, bar and lounge, art gallery, and then the top being this storefront residential as well, which is a permitted use in that zoning district. And I'll let the applicant explain more of their uses and their ideas behind that. The next slide is the elevations provided. And then the revisions as outlined in the staff report. I haven't heard back from the agent having any issues with making these revisions between first and second reading. One of them being solid waste, moving the dumpster as identified on the site plan to a more northerly part, and that was due to the solid waste truck being able to maneuver in and out and get that dumpster according to their requirements. Here's some photos starting from the left, is viewing north, middle to the south. On to the right is the east. You can see the motel across the street. This is the view west from the subject site. So this fence is the actual site, 3800 Nebraska, as well as this right picture. As you can see, the residential neighborhood to the west. With that being said, the Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application. We find it inconsistent with the applicable City of Tampa ordinances. Please refer to the findings by transportation as it relates to the waivers being requested. Should you approve this application tonight, minor revisions to the site plan would be required between first and second reading of the ordinance. And staff is available for any questions you may have.
Any questions at this time? Councilman Goods.
Well, I guess I'll wait to the applicant. I received a bunch of calls because I thought it was like a restaurant. Is this craft? It's going to be a craft brewery here. I thought it was a restaurant and possibly not lounge. So I guess I'll wait to ask the petitioner that question.
All right.
Curious about that.
I'm sorry, Councilman Goods. Did you say? Were there any communications, ex parte communications with this or any other hearing tonight that people need to disclose before you vote tonight? Is there anything that needs to be put on the record?
One of the neighborhood associations said they sent a letter. I didn't see it, but they said it was a restaurant down in the neighborhood. I mean, a brewery here, so I was curious.
So it was a written communication, is what you're referring to, that was put into the records?
Right. Ms. Tate called me and said she had submitted something to the record of a restaurant. So I was confused. I thought it was a restaurant, but apparently this is going to be a brewery.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Hudson, if you would raise your right hand, and anybody that's speaking swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
I do. Thank you. And the clerk's office did receive written comments for this item.
Very good. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks. Good evening, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. With me here this evening is Tim Ogden, Kelly Lemieux, Mike Lemieux, and Devin Brady with the project team. And joining me here also is my friend Josh Frank, who is the architect on this project. If I can share my screen. Thank you.
Not yet. Okay, we can see it. Go ahead, sir.
Great, thanks. So this project comprises 3 different groups that live in the Heights. They're urbanists and brought together around a project that combines art, a mixture of uses, and an activation of a community that really needs more investments. The project team, Josh Frank is going to talk a little bit. He's our architect, but we also had insight and assistance from Native Engineering and the Department of Architecture. Let's zoom out for a second and talk about how we got here. As Ryan alluded to, there was a AB2 special use permit approved for this site in August 30 of 2018. Due to the COVID-19 emergency declaration, that wet zoning is actually still active today, which is important to note. But in September of 2020, this group is here with me, my clients, acquired the property and thought that the original approval for a microbrewery was a good start, but that the project could be more. And candidly, this is probably the most mixed-use project that I have ever had the pleasure of working on. Microbrewery is a part of it, but retail is a part of it. So is an immersive art experience. So is an office and 1 very small residential unit. The liquor component sometimes might get some attention, but what we're talking about in that is actually a 200 square foot, very, very small micro distillery that is only going to be utilized for the sale of its own creations for off-site consumption. And as the project team is going to talk about in a second, they will not even be obtaining the state license required to serve liquor on the premises. So as you know, any changes to the footprint of an AB2 plan requires coming right back here to City Council. And so while the building wet zoning is not changing, because the building's been there for, we think, about 100 years, we are shifting the alcohol service area from the west, where it was closer to some of the neighbors, to the east. So it fronts and really activates Nebraska Avenue, and instead putting the quieter passive use of parking on the western side of the property. Just to orient yourself, Ryan did a great job. You're looking due west right here. It's the Winn-Dixie at the southwest corner of MLK and Nebraska. We're really kind of hugged in between Tolliver and Nebraska, kind of in the shadow of I-275. It's worth noting that the original wet zoning was leaved for only the southern half of the site, which as you look at it is the left half. But since then, it's been combined with the northern lot as well. This building's gone through a couple phases in its recent lineage. It was a former church, turned into a bail bonds business, and now we're looking to evolve it in a new direction. Again, as council knows, there's a range of uses, commercial uses along Nebraska Avenue, with a fairly significant proliferation of restaurant, food, and beverage uses on the north of MLK. And what my client is trying to do is bring some of that level of activation and investment and excitement to the area south of MLK. Let's talk about the inconsistencies. You'll note that development coordination and solid waste found this application consistent, save for minor corrections. And to address squarely something Ryan mentioned, we have no objections to any of those corrections and will be making those between first and second reading. As you know, unlike rezonings, the Tampa Police Department does weigh in on wet zonings, and they had no objection. And on transportation, as council well knows, a 1 parking space reduction means an inconsistency finding, and we are seeking a waiver to establish the 51 spaces provided as sufficient. Can you all see my screen still?
We can see it.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I can't.
We're at addressing waivers and parking slide.
Okay. I can't see my screen, but I wrote it, so I think I can remember. We're not asking for any new types of waivers, but we are asking for 2 of the same waivers in different degrees, and one of those is parking. The requirement is 69, we're providing 51, but I think it's important to unpack that a little bit. 8 of the spaces that were required are for the retail component of our space, but it's our belief that folks aren't going to be coming here just for the retail. They may utilize the retail in connection with coming as part of the microbrewery to have a glass of wine or a beer outside. So we think functionally the parking requirement is probably closer down to 61. We are providing, as my colleague Josh will talk about in a little bit, ample bike parking. As you can see, I believe on screen, there's a very significant HART network here. The Metro Rapid 400 line runs right through here, and my colleague Josh has been in conversations with HART about potentially locating a stop right here. The second type of waiver that we're seeking, just like last time, but to a different degree, is commercial access onto a local street. The new waiver is to have access to Virginia Avenue, which is the street to the north. We already have a waiver for commercial access to Stratford Avenue, which is the street to the south. And the reason why we need the access onto Virginia Avenue is the current wet zoning still includes a curb cut onto Nebraska Avenue. That can really severely disrupt the bike and pedestrian flow along that street. So we're closing that curb cut on Nebraska Avenue. That does entail using Virginia Avenue to get onto Nebraska Avenue, but I think it's really important, and Josh will talk about this in a little bit, why from a bike pedestrian safety standpoint, from an activation standpoint, to make Nebraska, to get more business and eyes on Nebraska Avenue, closing that curb cut's really important. Let's talk a little bit about neighborhood support. This team, who's going to talk in a little bit, have worked their tails off to make sure that every single neighbor, business, community group in this area is aware of this project and wants them to buy into their vision, not for this project, but what it can do for Ybor Heights in particular, which is where it's located. The green thumbs up, as you can guess, is folks who are supporting the project, some of whom might be speaking tonight. But in addition to just having support of some of the proximate neighbors, they really have a lot of support from the groups that a lot of these communities and neighbors represent. Ybor Heights Neighborhood Association, that's the neighborhood association for this neighborhood, support it. The Southeast Seminole Heights Civic Association, an adjacent association to the north, along with the Hampton Terrace Community Association, also support it. And Tampa Bay Federal Credit Union, which is a large employer and facility just catty corner across the street, also supports this project. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Josh Frank, who's going to talk a little bit about some of the site considerations that went into this redesign.
Good evening, Council. Josh Frank, 1003 East Hamilton Avenue. It's nice to see so many of you and to be on the professional side of a lot of what I'm going to talk about. I'm typically in front of you talking as an advocate, and what we've accomplished with this site and what our client is looking to build, I think, is endemic of a lot of the things I've talked about to you and that our citizens have been asking for a long time out of our built environment. So just to highlight a handful of really fantastic attributes that this site's going to be contributing to the neighborhood include, as Tyler mentioned, closing 2 curb cuts along Nebraska Avenue, which, as many of you may know, is very hard to get those back from FDOT. So closing them does 2 things. One, it helps promote the city's Vision Zero efforts, and it also reduces conflicts between cyclists and pedestrians, as well as motorists along Nebraska Avenue. The second part of that is in conversations with HART, working to potentially relocate a Metro Rapid station to this property, which would do 2 things. One, it would provide transit access to the site, but also provide better access to the Winn-Dixie just north of this site. So folks would be able to take transit and get their groceries a lot easier without having to cross the street as they do today. Third, we're really reintroducing what is a sort of typical traditional block pattern in this project by relocating the parking to the back half of the property. That does a couple things. One is it functions in a similar way to a historic alley, which keeps a lot of the frontage along Nebraska available for people space. It makes for a fantastic place to walk. You see it as you're walking and biking, as you're riding a bus, or as you're driving by. That's what we talk about when we talk about activating spaces. This is what that looks like. And in moving most of those active spaces to the front, this will also significantly reduce noise for our neighbors. So I listened this morning to a lot of the hearings and talking about noise levels and noise pollution associated with AB. This is literally the furthest we could possibly move the outdoor active spaces away from residential properties, which goes to solving a lot of the issues you heard this morning, not to mention you've got a building between it and residential properties. In asking for a parking reduction, not only are we encouraging more walkability and bikeability as well as transit use, but we're also disincentivizing impaired driving. We've seen a lot recently in this area for pedestrians being fatally hit by motorists. A lot of that comes from impaired driving. So if this is going to be a good neighbor, that's going to be something we want to disincentivize. In providing bike space, we're actually right now set for about 34 bikes, which is well above what we're required to do. and well above what we would get credit for. But we also have room for more in later phases. We're planting over 90 trees on site, including 50 live oaks, which will contribute to Tampa's world-renowned urban tree canopy. We are using a significant amount of permeable materials, including 100-foot linear feet of bioswale that will filter rainwater before it gets to our waterways. And we're also including 2 salvaged 100-year-old laurel oak trees that are being reincorporated as furniture into the project that were felled from an adjacent site. So we're reintroducing Florida native elements, materials, plants. And then lastly, the public realm is not only 100% ADA compliant, but we are purposefully including wheelchair accessible furniture in the beer garden for a greater and larger, more robust and diverse patronage. So we feel like this project is a fantastic contribution, not just to this neighborhood, but the city overall for those reasons.
Thanks. And Devin Brady's going to share a little bit about the vision for this project from the actual applicant's perspective.
Hello, I'm Devin Brady, 6407.5 North Florida Avenue, the CEO of Crab Devil. So this is a large, complicated project with a lot of moving parts to it. But just to break it down quickly for you all, Crab Devil is an arts organization, an artist collective brought together out of several different organizations to put together an immersive arts attraction here at 3800 North Nebraska. So this site is something that we view as not just a microbrewery tasting room, but as a center for activation of arts and culture in central Tampa. So the brewery and tasting room component of that is one small part that we view as critical to customer acquisition and retention, but it's not the sole goal of this endeavor. This is a large scale project and it has a lot of different people involved. Tempest Projects, being one of the tenants, is an art gallery. They're kind of our tie into the fine art side of things. And you heard mention the residential space upstairs. That space is set aside solely for the use of Tempest Projects Artist in Residence program. They've been running that Artist in Residence program for about the last 7 or 8 years out of their space on Florida Avenue. It's had a lot of success bringing national, international artists to Tampa to do projects with them and with other artists in Tampa. So what we're trying to do here is really create a space to activate all of those elements together to provide kind of a critical mass of arts in Tampa and provide jobs and recreation for the people of the area. So I'm going to pass it to Kelly Lemieux, who does our community outreach, and she can tell you a little bit about our interface with the neighbors.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Kelly Lemieux from 1430 East Comanche Avenue. One thing that we really want to share is making sure that everyone here understands a core belief system that within Crab Devil and our association is that we want to be good stewards for our community, not just bring something cool to Tampa, which is what this will do, but also help elevate the status of this neighborhood, help our neighbors, employ our neighbors, reach our neighbors, and improve their quality of life as well. We want to be radically inclusive for our community.
Thanks, Kelly. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions and we'll handle the rest in rebuttal. Thank you, Council.
Do we have any questions at this time? Councilman Citro.
Thank you very much. Josh, this is a nice plan. How much barrier between the parking and the property next to the west, or the properties to the west?
If memory serves, the barrier, the landscape buffer is required to be 15 feet, and we meet that with some. So not only will it be meeting the requirements for landscape buffer as part of the East Tampa overlay, but it will also be heavily planted. So it's going to serve multi-functions.
And of course, that barrier is going to block any type of lights from cars going across to the neighbor's property?
Correct. And we're also going to be extending an existing white vinyl PVC fence that exists. We're going to be extending that across the entire property line. So that will also help, yes.
The only concerns I'm having, Josh, is that they will be able to come out, the patrons will be able to come out of this parking lot and turn west. Is there any proposed signage that says you can only make, let's say, a right on Virginia or a left on Stratford? So it's directing them back out to Nebraska Avenue instead of going through the neighborhood.
Sure, I think I understand what you're saying, and I think that's definitely possible. We'd have to confirm the solid waste maneuverability with that, but I think that's within the realm of possibility for sure.
Yeah, I think, Councilman, I think from a patron standpoint, certainly we're more than willing to restrict that. So you can't go west down to Virginia or Stratford to talk.
I believe Mr. Manassi wants to speak to my my request.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Citro. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to be clear, because I do have transportation on the line, and they can answer those kind of technical questions. And I would suggest we ask the staff member that reviewed that if that's something that this site plan can actually do and their technical manuals meet. So, Jonathan Scott, I just saw him jump on. If you would like to comment on that, John.
Yeah, Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. Yeah, we don't have a problem if they want to put like a right turn only or left turn only sign to promote traffic to go the other way.
Is that, Jonathan? Can I ask that as a request on this?
That's something that go ahead. I'll let the legal.
Ms. Velez.
You're muted, ma'am.
I apologize. Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. Councilman Citro, this is the subject, as you know, of a waiver request to access these two local streets. And so under the code, council can grant waivers if you find that after granting the waiver, it will be consistent with the general standards. And so if you are concerned about the impact to the residential neighborhood that's adjacent here, it would be appropriate to impose some of those conditions as a result of granting the waiver, if that is the way that you believe that they will meet the general standards.
Thank you, Ms. Velez. Thank you, Jonathan. Do the petitioners or the representative have any have any problem with me asking for that condition?
No, not at all, Councilman. That's a great suggestion. So I think we don't necessarily need to maybe wordsmith it on here, but I think what we would say is that we could add a site plan condition that the developer installs signage prohibiting vehicular turns westbound on Stratford and Virginia Avenue. And we can work with Jonathan and Ryan and Susan between first and second reading on how to get there. But I think I understand what the intent is, and the applicant team is absolutely okay with that change.
Yes, to make it clear, the intent is to have them go in the direction of Nebraska Avenue so they're not traveling through the neighborhoods.
That's right. I think you would be right. We would say that for Virginia Avenue, it's left in, right out, and then the opposite for the street to the south. But I might get those lefts and rights confused on the fly here, but I think we're all on the same page, and we can get that done between first and second reading.
Yes, I suffer from dyslexia too. Thank you all very, very much. I appreciate it. Nothing more, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hudson, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
As it relates to amplified sound or music, there'll be nothing outside, correct?
There will be an outdoor area where people will be, and in terms of the sound intent, I'm going to defer to the folks who are actually doing this project. Devin, you want to take that?
Yeah,
the intent.
Yeah, the intent for the beer garden area is again not to have outdoor live music at this time. I think similar to the jug and bottle application, where there may be ambient music happening, that kind of thing. I don't think anything. The 10 o'clock limitation I think would be fine with us if that's what's being asked for.
Because there is a residential area behind there. A lot of senior people live behind that area right there, and I would hate to be getting calls. So you're agreeable to that and put that on the site plan, it'd be great.
Sure. I think we're maybe agreeable, Councilman Gates, to the same condition that was just imposed on the prior application. If that's council's pleasure, we're certainly okay with that.
I would appreciate that. I don't know if you gentlemen know that site is really a historical site. Mr. Miranda may know, and maybe Mr. Dingfelder. That site used to be the old Duval Funeral Home many moons ago, before it was even a church. So it has a lot of historical value on it. But thank you, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any other questions or comments? Yes?
So just for clarity, Mr. Hudson, you said, what did you say, 10 p.m. 7 days a week as far as your amplified sound?
Yeah. Yep, 10 works for us, sir.
Okay, and how about your general hours of operation? Mr. Manasse said 3 in the morning basically was what, you know, the standard, the default position, but I can't imagine you're looking for 3 a.m. 7 days a week.
Sure, that's correct. These default to chapter 14 hours, and we didn't want to change that, or didn't elect to change it, but you shouldn't assume that was, you know, the intent to maximize the hours. I think the team is still figuring out exactly what the hours are going to be. I don't want to put my client on the spot, but that would give a rough sense of hours.
I would throw it to Tim. So the crab devil portion of things, I don't see any crab devil events happening past midnight. Obviously we don't want to place limitations on things that we don't have to place limitations on. The tasting room is Tim's operation, and I know he's still figuring out hours and things like that too. But so I would throw that question to him.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't really planned on, I'm sorry? Name and address. Oh, I'm sorry. Tim Ogden, 14727 Norwood Oaks Drive, Tampa, Florida. Yeah, I had kind of thought about staying open as late as 11 or midnight in the beginning. I don't anticipate, like Thursday or Friday, like weekends basically. Throughout the week, probably much sooner than that, but I just don't see, you know, it's a new business starting out. So, you know, I'm not trying to like upset the neighbors, or we really want to be friendly to everybody. You know, weekends we might do a little bit more, a little bit later, we would hope, but you know, obviously, you know, whatever's comfortable.
Well, I don't know, I can't really tell. Do you have any residential neighbors nearby over there on Taliaferro or what?
There are residences to the west of the parking area. So one of the changes with this site, with the current active wet zoning for this property, the building is wet zoned. That's not changing now, but in the current wet zoning, the outdoor area is actually to the west, closer to the neighborhood. And what we're doing with this modification today is shifting that east so it fronts Nebraska. So I think it certainly is going to be effectively a quieter situation just by virtue of that shift in the footprint.
Would you be comfortable? Would you be comfortable with like 11 o'clock on Sunday through Wednesday and 1 o'clock in the morning Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
That sounds good.
That sounds amicable.
That sounds great.
Okay.
All right, anything else? All right, do we have anybody on the second floor for public comment for item number 5? We have someone. Very good. Thank you very much. Please state your name, sir.
My name is Rick Wolf. I live at 5121 South Nickel Street, and I am here just to be clear. I want full disclosure. I was the owner of the property when it was zoned for the special use 2 a year and a half or 2 ago, and I was a seller to the current owner. My sole purpose of being here is during the course of my ownership, I established a relationship with several people in the area, one of whom asked me to speak on her behalf. So I'd like to read the authorization so you'll know that I'm trying to keep my scope very limited. Dear Councilman Gudis, just happens to be her councilman. As the owner of 707 East Virginia Avenue, and as one of your constituents, I respectfully request that you allow Rick Wolf, that's me, to speak on my behalf at the upcoming hearing on the matter described above. He will limit his input to reading the letter I have written and to answering any questions to the best of his ability. So now I'll read her letter. Dear Councilman Gudis, I'm writing to express my objection to the petition referenced above. As a lifetime resident of the area, in fact living next door and sharing the property line immediately to the west, I am concerned that this will have a negative impact on me, my neighbors, and the surrounding area. The owners of the business, Crab Devil, have made themselves available to explain their plans. I have attended one of their presentations. However, they did not make it clear that alcohol other than beer and wine would be produced or sold for both consumption on premise and off. In addition, it has been my understanding that multiple shipping containers that have been delivered to the site over the past several months will become permanent installations on the site. My mistaken thought was that they were a temporary solution to storing construction materials and tools. The owner did not disclose this portion of their plans. I remain confident that investments in this area could be mutually beneficial. I also believe that there should be full and clear disclosure to the council and to those of us affected by the plans for development of this magnitude at this prominent location before the first steps are taken or approvals granted. For this reason, I respectfully request that you reject this plan and encourage other members of the council whose constituents are not directly affected to honor the wishes of those of us who will be most affected. And I welcome the petitioner, Crab Devil, to fully explain their plans with the hope that we can reach a solution that will benefit all of us who have substantial investments in this area. Excuse me. Thank you for your thoughtful representation and support of my request. Sincerely, Victoria Bernaldo, 707 East Virginia Avenue. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? If not, we go to the next person. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else on the second floor here to speak for public comment?
No, Chair, there's no one else on the floor to speak.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody registered virtually to speak on item number 5? We do? Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Is that the only person?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Sean McGinn at 804 East Virginia Avenue. Just calling to say that my family and I actually very strongly support this project. We moved to the area a few months ago, and really one of the reasons why we bought the house that we did is when we found out about this project. We're very excited for it. I know several of my neighbors are very excited for it. Don't have much else to say other than that hope you approve this, and we're looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. And that is the only person we had virtually.
We did have four other registered speakers, but they're not logged in.
Okay. Anything from council before we go to rebuttal?
I'll wait till rebuttal. Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. Hudson, go ahead. Oh, Councilman Miranda, yes, sir. Please unmute yourself.
Organizer, we're on now.
You're good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want clarity on the outdoor music, and the times that up to what time it can be played.
Brian Manassi with Development Coordination. I'll just state it, and then if it's incorrect, please let me know, Tyler. I heard no outdoor amplified sound after 10 p.m., Councilman.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Goods.
Mr. Hudson, I always like to listen to my constituents, I can tell that this constituent is probably someone elderly that probably couldn't get here and took the time to have someone write a letter, have it notarized, and have somebody come here and read it. I'm very passionate about the people in my district, especially when they take the extra steps to want to be heard. Now, I don't know how this may go, but if it rules in your favor or not, I think we owe it to the constituents, because you're going to be the new neighbor if this happens to come to fruition. And I would hope that you were listening to the address of the neighbor who's, I guess, right behind you or very close to this business, to take the time to go and talk to that neighbor. That's very important to me. And I want, in case she's listening, to know that it is important. Sometimes I don't like people to, when I say try to pull the wool over my eyes. I'm not saying that's what happened with your group. But I would make an appeal to, however this may go this evening, that you would have it in your hearts to go and talk to that resident so they can understand what your plans are with your art and the things you're trying to do to the city and for that community, to uplift that community, because that community right there does need some uplifting. So I would ask that you and your folks do that no matter how it goes this evening, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hudson, do you have anything before we ask for a motion to close? You're muted.
I was finally getting good at that. I'd just like to just very briefly to the remarks that Councilman Goods made. We're absolutely going to talk to that neighbor, I believe, but probably as soon as tomorrow morning. And Kelly here will speak to that in a second. Just so council's aware, I spoke with Mr. Wolf, who read the letter, and will represent to council that from what we understand, the biggest concern that the neighbor has is that this is going to be a liquor store, and that's going to be a significant part of the business. And I'm saying, as someone who's sworn, that is absolutely not what this business is going to be. There will be incidental sales of spirits that are produced on site, but this will absolutely not be a liquor store. Many of us are constituents of yours, Councilman Goods, and are invested in this neighborhood. I can assure you that we will be in contact with her. And Kelly, I would like for her to address a little bit the communication that they've already had to date with her, just so council has some assurance that we are absolutely listening to her and will be committed to getting her support.
Thank you. In fact, I can only echo what Tyler has said and agree with you 100%, Councilman Goods, is that, you have our commitment, and our neighbor has our commitment to continuing conversations to make sure that expectations are set and that expectations are clear about the entire scope of our project, and how much we want to benefit the community, our immediate neighbors, especially. So we have had communication with many of the neighbors, both on Virginia and Stratford, Mrs. Bernaldo being one of them. So we have open lines of communication, and we absolutely will continue to make sure that, again, our vision is clear to all of our neighbors in our community.
And with that, we thank you for your consideration and request that you approve tonight. Thank you.
Do we have a motion to close?
Move to close.
Motion to close for Councilman Citro, second for Councilmember Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Goods, would you like to read this item, or do you want me to?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, item number 5.
Yes, sir. I'd like to read file number. I'd like to make a motion for file number AB 2-21-07, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance approving a special use permit SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, large venue consumption on premises, and package sales off premises consumption, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor at or from that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 3800 North Nebraska Avenue, as more particularly described in Section 3, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealing ordinance number 2018-145, providing an effective date.
Second.
And that the use is compatible with contiguous and surrounding property, and it will not establish a precedent or encourage more intensive or incompatible uses of the surrounding area.
All right, we have a motion.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Carlson.
Yep.
Mr. Carlson adds that the site plan, there's a site plan condition with signage directing traffic leaving this premises toward Nebraska Avenue, and that there be no amplified outdoor sound after 10 p.m.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Hudson, was those also the hours of operation as well on the site plan? And again, I believe, do you need to have those numbers, Mr. Manassi, or do you have those set?
I could state them, and I heard it was Sunday through Wednesday, 11 p.m. to close, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 1 a.m. Do we have an opening time? Did you want to provide that?
If we could just have the closing time for now, if that's okay, because we're still figuring things out.
What did you say, Tyler?
If we could just have the closing time for now, that'd be great. We're just still trying to figure out the opening and whatnot.
That's fine with me.
And again, are there any other revisions that have to be done between first and second reading, Mr. Manassi?
As stated in the staff report, please.
Okay, if that could be included in the motion.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson and a second from Councilman Vieira. Roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yeah.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 20th at 9:30 a.m.
May I say something, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just before and now that the meeting or the hearing's done, know that when it comes to community engagement, you always take people at their word, but this particular applicant, I have, just given their vision on the community and their involvement therein, I have every reason to believe that they'll continue to engage the community as our friend Councilman Goods recommended. And I know they'll do that just based on their stellar reputation and everything I've seen. So I just wanted to mention that, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, item number 6.
Hello there, Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Can I please have access to the screen? Thank you.
Go ahead, sir. We can see it.
Wonderful. Zain Hussein here again, Development Coordination, going over case AB 221-13. The applicant is Odelma Matos. Representative name is Sean Robinson. The property address is 1315 East 7th Avenue, Beat 101. For a waiver request here, we have section number 27-132. It is to reduce the required distance separation requirement from the other AB sales establishments from the required 250 feet to 23 feet here. The distance is from the specified use AB sales of the Hampton Inn and Suites at 1301 East 7th Avenue. They have a 2-cop and they are 23 feet away. Summary of the request here is the application before you is requesting special use approval to allow the sale of alcoholic beverages for a small venue, beer, wine, and liquor, consumption on premises only. The proposed use is a lounge, cigar bar and lounge, restaurant, and retail sales. The proposed application requests a total of 2,264 square feet, comprising of 1,586 square feet indoor and 677 square feet outdoor. The site plan indicates that proposed hours of operation will be consistent with Chapter 14. Off-street parking is not required in YC1. The subject property is within the Ybor City Urban Village, and the distance separations requirement is 250 feet from other AB sales establishments. The site plan states that the sales area shall not be located within parking or loading area or space, and all permits issued after April 1st, 2011 shall keep on site a copy of the adopted ordinance and associated site plan, alcoholic beverages sales permit. Looking overhead here, you'll see that the red dotted area is the establishment. To the north, you have YC3. To the west, you have YC2 zoning. To the south, you have YC6 and YC9. Looking at the site plan here, you'll see in the red, go back. In the red, you have the establishment with the parking right next door to the west. Across the street, you have establishments like offices and vacant offices. Here's a view. View to the north is where the offices are located. Also, there's vacant offices in the area. To the south, you have the Hampton Inn right behind it. And then the subject site is also on the right side here, being the cigar lounge. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds it inconsistent with the applicable City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. I'm available here for questions.
Any
Thank
questions? Nope. All right, I see the applicants on camera. Can you raise your right hand so we can swear you in?
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Please state your name and you may present. Or, I'm sorry, is it Mr. Robinson?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Hi, my name is Sean Robinson, and I am the agent for La Corona Cigar Lounge and Odelma Matos at 1315 East 7th Avenue, Tampa, Florida 33605. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. We have reviewed the staff report, and we are prepared to make all changes within the staff report. But again, this is a former tattoo parlor, Hampton Inn, and we are converting it to a cigar lounge, and would like to add beer, wine, liquor to enhance the commerciality of that space. And as you heard, we are also requesting a waiver for the distance to reduce the required distance separation requirement for the sales establishments from the required 250 feet to 23 feet. We also have Odelma Matos and Renee Guerrero, the general manager, if there are any questions about the establishment.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? Sir, ma'am, do you have any questions?
No, just listen to the council.
All right, anything else? Do we have anybody in the public? I was just told that there's nobody on the second floor, but do we have anybody virtually?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
If there's nothing further, can we get a motion to close? Motion closed from Councilman Goods. Second from?
Second.
Second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Goods, would you mind reading item number 6?
Yes, Mr. Chair. File number AB 2-21-13. Order's been presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance approving a special use permit S2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcohol content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract or land located at 1315 East 7th Avenue, Suite 101, Tampa, Florida. As more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinance in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Goods. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Councilmember Citro with the second. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro, and Miranda.
Yes on first reading.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 20th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much.
Council. Thank you, Council. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Item number 7.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination. Can I please have control of the screen again?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Can everyone see the screen?
Yep.
Great. Wonderful. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination, going over case AB 2-21-15. The applicant here is PSREG No Host Square Owner LLC. Representative name is John Randolph. Property address is 1701 West Gray Street. There are no waivers for this property, and there are no establishments with AB sales within 250 feet of this establishment. The application before you is requesting a special use approval to allow the sale of alcoholic beverages for a small venue, beer and wine, consumption on premises, and package sales off premises consumption only. This address has an approved plan development, file number REZ 21-01, and the use is which alcoholic beverage sales is being applied to is retail sales convenience goods and limits the use to 10 seats or less. The proposed application requests a total of 1,457 square feet, comprising of 1,137 square feet indoor and 320 square feet outdoor. The site plan indicates the proposed hours of operation and will be consistent with Chapter 14. The required parking for the uses is 348 parking spaces per approved PD file REZ 21-01. The subject property is within the West Tampa urban village, and the distance separations requirement is 250 feet from other AB sales establishments, and there are no AB sales establishments within these 250 feet. The site plan states that the sales area shall not be located within a parking or loading area or space, and all permits issued after April 1st, 2011 shall keep on site a copy of the adopted ordinance and associated site plan, alcoholic beverages sales permit. As we see the overhead view of the map here, you will see the establishment with the PD with a red box around it. If you look around the area, to your west you have RS50 zoning, to your north you'll have CG zoning and IG zoning, to your east you have IG zoning and PD zoning, and to your south you also have PD zoning. Looking over here at the site plan, you see the establishment where you're going to have the alcohol beverage sales. Also, you have the elevations, the west, east, south, and north building elevations. Looking at pictures of the site, you'll see to the north you have multifamily. To the south, you also have more multifamily, and to the east, you also have more multifamily. To the west, you see you have a single-family residential home. And also the subject site is on your right side, looking at the property being established. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds it consistent with the applicable City of Tampa Code ordinances. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Any questions at this time? Hearing none. I see the applicant online. If you were not sworn in, please raise your right hand. We'll swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Please state your name.
My name is Jamie Mayer for the applicant, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700, Tampa. I'm going to show my screen. I have a brief PowerPoint. I will make it extra brief.
Excellent. Go ahead, ma'am. We can see it.
Okay. Is it on the right screen version?
Duckweed Urban Grocery. We see it full screen.
Yes, okay. Great. So this is a Duckweed Urban Grocery. I'm sure you all are familiar with the other Duckweed locations in the city. There's one in Channelside and one downtown. What we're asking for here is one of the grocery stores. So in Channelside, there's also a liquor store, but we're only asking for beer and wine that's going to be sold in the grocery store and also can be consumed on premises. Again, you've seen this already, but this is currently under construction. It's not fully built out, but it's going to be multifamily units in that area, West Tampa, North Hyde Park area that is being built up, kind of similar, I think, to Channelside, where there's a lot of density and these neighborhood type uses. And I think a Duckweed grocery store is going to complement the area very well. Here's a close-up of the site plan, and you can see the corner where the Duckweed store is going to be is at the intersection of Rome and Gray. So it's going to be completely kind of enclosed by 4 different multifamily developments in that area. And again, the east building elevation is, if you were standing on Rome, looking towards the development, the duckweed store would be over there where we've circled it. And again, we're asking for a total of about 1,400 square feet of AV sales. Indoor is about 1,100. That's going to be selling beer and wine. There might be a cafe table in there for on-premises consumption. Outdoor is small, 320 square feet, and it will be fenced off as required, under 10 seats. No waivers requested, as staff explained. Here's some pictures of, this is the downtown store on Tampa Street. You can see their little outdoor seating area, kind of the same idea, where people can sit, relax. I think they sell smoothies as well as alcohol. Again, staff finds the request consistent. No waivers, adequate parking under the PD plan. So a lot of the legwork really has already been done by the approved PD. And we respectfully request council's approval, and I'm here for any questions.
Councilman Dingfelder.
I suppose I can.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Mayor. I know I speak on behalf of all council. We appreciate the mixed use component of this apartment building. So the elephant in the room, or perhaps the duck in the room, would be about the hours of operation and possible amplified sound. Any business plan on either of those?
At this time, we were going with what's permitted in code. The applicant is not here right now. I don't even know if they're awake right now, but
Do you know what? Do you know what their hours of operation are at the other stores?
That's a great question. I could actually Google that right now, if that is okay. The duckweed, Tampa. Probably nothing crazy, I would have to assume. Oh, it closes at 11.
Councilman Good.
Closing soon.
And would you be comfortable? I wouldn't even put you on the spot with 11. Would you be comfortable with midnight, 7 days a week?
I'm sure we would. Thank you.
Okay. And how about amplified music? We've run into a situation in Channelside in a building at the bottom of the apartments where, you know, the music is bothering the upstairs tenants. So we want to make sure that we nip this in the bud in case that's a potential problem. I know duckweed is not necessarily known for, you know, raucous music or anything, but the zoning goes with the land, so we have to, you know, be extra cautious.
Sure, and I think you're quite right that duckweed's probably not that kind of location, so I'm sure we would be, you know, totally fine with cutting off loud music. Again, the outdoor area is 320 square feet, so I don't know how much.
Well, you know what, tonight we seem to be in the mode of saying no amplified music or no amplified anything after 10 p.m., 7 days a week. Would that work?
I believe so.
Okay, well, you can always tell us at second reading if it doesn't work, and we'll deal with it then, but
Sure.
You're okay with that for now?
I think we can agree to it, though.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms.
Councilman
Meyer.
Goods, Councilman Citro.
Yeah, Mr. Dingfelder, I got that out the way.
All right, Councilman Citro.
Mr. Mayor, I know this is a grocery store, but will there be any prepared food available?
You're getting hungry, Joe.
No, I'm just concerned that this is just not going to turn into a drinking establishment, that's all, under the guise of a grocery store. Is there going to be prepared food?
I mean, I've been in Duckweeds before, and they have smoothies and I think little salads. I'm not entirely sure what all they have, but I mean, they are grocery stores.
Thank you very much. I just don't want to see it turn into just a drinking establishment.
Sure, yeah.
I think Mr. Siegel was trying to allude, you know, most small convenience stores don't have a lot of hot food. We have some wings, some like small wings, like, you know, like 7-Eleven. So we're just trying to make sure with these new mixed uses that we don't have establishments that are going to be having a lot of issues with parties and things like that outside, and we have to worry about the neighbors, tenants and so forth. So I guess he's just trying to make sure there's no
that's
cooking
exactly,
inside.
that's exactly what I stated.
Mr. Manassi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, council members. And just to address some of that concern, and maybe I'll elaborate on what Jamie's alluding to, is that I just want to point out the principal use of this property or this subject area is convenience goods retail sales. Okay, the 10 seats or less comes from our interpretation of the code for retail sales being able to have some occupancy, but limiting that so they're still considered retail sales. So I just want to assure you that the use per the approved plan development that just recently went through actually is for retail sales convenience goods. And I do understand your concern because there are a seat number on there. But anyways, I just wanted to point that out for the record.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Manassi, thank you for clarifying that. However, this is serving alcohol for on-premises consumption and off-premises consumption. So again, I'm sure that Duckweed can control themselves and not have outside amplified music, not going to have partying outside, not going to have a bunch of people there. But I just have concerns. I can understand if these people were sitting there eating a sandwich or something at these tabletops that are outside. But if it's just going to be consumption of alcohol, therein lies a problem that I think may develop. Thank you, Mr. Manassi.
Oh, Ms. Velez, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. I did just want to clarify, I keep hearing the reference to no amplified music, but do you mean to say, sir, amplified sound? No amplified sound after 10 p.m.
Anything else? All right, do we have anybody there's nobody on the second floor for public comment. Do we have anybody virtual for public comment? Yes, we do. Mr. Ramirez, please raise your right hand. We will swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Evening, Council. Councilman Dingfelder has pretty much already hit the 2 points I wanted to hit. We are very excited Duckweed is coming into our neighborhood. I know the Neighborhood Association has already sent in a letter along with the Alliance. We are in support of this permit. However, we just have those two conditions of no amplified sound after 10 and no serving alcohol after midnight. Now, whether the hours of the convenience store go beyond that, we're okay with that. We just don't want the serving of alcohol to be past midnight. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's the only person we had for public comment. If there's nothing else, can I get a motion to close?
So moved.
Motion to close from Councilman Goods, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Miranda, would you mind reading item number 7?
Yes, in fact, I put my whole stuff away, but I'll read it. Let me find it again. Item number 7, file number AB 221-15. Moving orders being presented for first reading consideration. An orders approving a special use permit S2 for alcohol beverage sales, small venue consumption on-premise, and package sales off-premise consumption, and making lawful the sale of beer and wine at or from certain lot, tract of land located at 1701 West Gray Street, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Second.
And if I may, I had put some of my work away, so I'm looking for the revision sheet so I can put in exactly what I said is factual. So if I need some help.
It was hours until midnight, 7 days a week.
Right.
And no amplified sound.
No amplified music. And there was one other item that I have to read into the record as to why I said yes, and I lost that sheet.
Does anybody have number 7 in front
No
of them?
amplified sound after 10 p.m.?
Right.
No amplified sound?
No amplified sound, it was midnight, correct?
No, that was the sale of alcohol. Mr. Manassi, could you please, just for the record, state it, and Ms. Mayor can correct you if it's changed.
Sorry.
Or is that
Ryan.
Is that Mr. Hussein or is that Mr. Manassi?
Brian Manassi, Development Coordination. So the two stipulations that I've heard from tonight's reading was for the establishment to include their operation to close at 12 a.m. 7 days a week. And then the second note to be added was to have no outdoor amplified sound after 10 p.m.
Huh.
Right.
All right.
Thank you.
We have a
And
motion.
also, in fact, Mr. Ramirez, I did receive the same letter that I believe all of us received, and they did state about the 10 p.m. close.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Miranda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Dingfelder. Roll call vote.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Booths,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
No.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Maniscalco. Motion carried with Citro voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 20th at 9:30 a.m.
All right. That
Thank
concludes
you
the.
all.
Thank you very much. That concludes the agenda. Councilman Miranda, do you have any new business, sir?
Yeah, the only new business I have is when you finish the receive and file.
All right.
Second.
Very
Second.
good. Wait, not yet, not yet. Councilman Vieira, do you have any new business? No? Thank you very much. Councilman Carlson, do you have anything?
If I could real fast, I've had several, we're talking about the economy, I've had several restaurants, hotel establishment people tell me in the last week that they're having a terrible time hiring staff. And if it's appropriate, I would like to make a motion that council recommend to staff that they look into the possibility of holding a career fair to help the hospitality businesses find much needed workers to fill the open positions.
Yeah.
That ain't gonna help, brother.
What'd you say?
That ain't gonna help.
You don't think it's gonna help?
We have a,
I mean, it's a great motion to have, but I'm just telling you from what I hear from a lot of my friends who are, even my sister who's
Turn
in
your
the
mic
restaurant
on.
business, even from my sisters who are district managers, restaurant managers, hate to say this, but people got money, and a lot of them come in one day to work and say I want to work, just to get whatever they got to get, and it's off to the races.
Yeah, these
man.
these
It's
businesses
happening
went.
all over.
These businesses went from letting people go and putting on furlough to now desperately trying to hire
Right.
them back. So anyway, it's just an idea or recommendation. If you all think it's a bad idea, I won't pursue
we
it.
have a motion from Councilman Carlson. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. All right.
And I want to thank you again for being chair, and congratulations on your final.
My retirement?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, Councilmember Goods, do you have anything, sir? Councilman Citro.
Nothing. Thank you.
Councilman Dingfelder.
On a somber note, just wanted to remind everybody that next Tuesday evening over at Oxford Exchange, we'll be memorializing and celebrating the life of Jim Reese. So for anybody out there who knew Coach Reese, you're more than welcome to join us at Oxford Exchange. Bill, do you recall the time? Is it 7? Hold on.
I've got it right here, Councilman.
Yeah, thank you, Joe.
Can I say one more thing? Elaine Schemberg passed away also, I think, last Thursday, and just condolences to her family and to thank her for all the great things she did to the community, especially supporting performing arts.
So in regard, yes, absolutely, Ms. Schimberg was a fantastic person in this community. Jim Reese, wake is at 6:30 at Oxford Exchange next Tuesday evening.
6:30, you said 7 last week.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
I'm
6:30.
corrected.
Moving my time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Can I get a motion to receive and file? We have a motion from Councilman Goods, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.